We're happy that you are joining us, and we look forward to showing you the highest quality artwork in the television market today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Fine Art Auction. But first, the rules. All bidders must be registered, and if you're going to bid, make sure you know all the rules. First of all, there is a 10% buyer's premium added to each winning bid. Bidders will be responsible for shipping. All works are guaranteed to be as described, or you don't own it, and you may return it to us for a full and prompt refund. If for any other reason you decide to return your purchase, you may do so for up to 7 days after receipt. But in this case, the buyer's premium and shipping are non-refundable. It is mandatory that you obtain a RMA number for all returns. To obtain this number, simply call customer service during normal business hours. All artwork must be received back to us in exactly the same condition as when it was shipped. Please visit the shopavc.com website for a full list of terms and conditions that apply to all of our auctions. And now, from our studios in Atlanta, it's the Fine Art Auction. Tonight, we've got works from the masters, the latest up-and-coming street art, and tonight's featured work. From Atlanta to Los Angeles to New York, it's the Fine Art Auction, live!
Quickly, we have starting off with Sarah. The Flemish School of Vincent van Gogh, Pedro Ortiz Munoz, and Salvador Dali. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a phenomenal lineup. Let's go ahead and get started with the first work of art. It is by Sarah Wall, and let's bring it over to my dear friend Mitch.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Fine Art Auction. So it looks like we might be having just a tiny little bit of technical difficulty, but that's okay. When we have a live show, that's one of the fun parts. Believe it or not, that is actually one of the fun parts. Every now and then, things happen. So we'll get that going in just a moment or two. Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about Sarah Wall, this is a really, first of all, right off the bat, this is a really interesting piece. I haven't seen Sarah do a work like this, where it's just a full-blown, it's not quite abstract. I mean, it's clearly a floral scene, like a still life, but it is bordering. When we talk about Sarah Wall, she's one of the most interesting artists to come into the art world for the last, well, maybe ever. And you're probably saying, well, gosh, Mitch, that's a pretty big statement. Child prodigies in the art world have been around for a long time. Picasso was a child prodigy, so was Salvador Dali. They were absolutely recognized. The difference was back during that time period in the late 1800s into the early 1900s, and basically all through the 1900s, the concept of buying a piece of art done by a child was just unheard of, right? I mean, that absolutely positively did not happen. That began to change a bit in the 1980s and into the early 1990s. One of the first ones, you may have remember her name, Alexander Nikita, who back in the 90s was called the Petite Picasso. She was on Oprah Winfrey and all these TV shows back then. And by the time she was about 9 years old, her paintings were selling for $30,000, $40,000. By the time she was 16 years old, her paintings were selling for over $100,000. So she was kind of the first one. Sarah Wall is very much in that category. When I show you what her prices are for her originals, it's going to blow you away. Now, we can't really call her a child prodigy anymore, by the way, because she has turned 18 and she's just completing her first year at Duke University. Her story is a fascinating one, though. Her father is a man by the name of Daniel Wall, who is an absolutely spectacular artist in his own right, the founder of what's called Intense Impressionism. I own 2 pieces by him myself. I've owned those for over 20 years now. Very, very talented man. Now, Sarah's mother is an academician. In fact, a very, very important one. She works in some very high level, give me 1 second. There we go. Just so you guys know, Leif's mic is on in the booth. So it's getting more and more interesting as we go. There we go. Now we're fixed. So what I was saying is Sarah's mother is an academician, a PhD, and so after her maternity leave, when Sarah was only about 6 months old or so, right about there, her father, Daniel, began to care for her and guess where he cared for her? In his studio. Now, think about that. Now, I'm not somebody who, studies the brain or anything along those lines, but we all know that children from a very young age are like sponges. It's how they're able to absorb and learn language at such an incredibly young age. Imagine Sarah being only 6, 7, 8 months, and she's in her crib or however it is she's, being cared for, and she's in the artistic studio of Daniel Wall. So everything she looks at is color and art being produced from her earliest age. Now, this clearly had an impact because by the time she was 4, she wasn't doing what most kids do at 4, where they're, just, scribbling all over the place. She's actually creating art that had a form. In fact, when she was only 4 years old in 2011, she created a painting called A Day at Sea, and it was collected and exhibited by the Greenville Museum of Art in North Carolina. And the story just goes on bigger and gets bigger and bigger from there. There's a bunch of different accolades and awards that she won, but the one that really sticks out to me, that really gets me, in 2018, at the age of 10, she received the Frank Lloyd Wright Best Overall Architectural Design Award. Can you imagine that? At the age of 10. Now, let's kind of show you something real quick. Can you go ahead and show my screen? So this is Sarah and Daniel at an art event. So that is Sarah Wall and Daniel Wall. Between the two of them, my gosh. Right now, Daniel's paintings are selling for about $40,000. Sarah has climbed up to the $50,000, $60,000 mark at this point. And this is for original paintings, of course. This was from 2022. Autumn End by teen artist Sarah Wall was auctioned off for $48,000 yesterday, thanks to the love and support of her art collectors. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. Now, I'll show you one other thing, just so you can see for yourself. And this is kind of an interesting, there's an interesting dynamic I'm about to explain to you here. Let's go and show my screen one more time. This is the only gallery in the whole world, that right now has access to Sarah Wall's paintings. And I'm talking about an independent gallery, and I'll explain in just a moment. But as you can see, 58,000, 50,000, 58,000, 54,000. No prints, by the way. Remember that. Take a close look. You don't see any limited editions listed here. Only originals. The least expensive piece is this one. That is the least expensive work, $33,600. And just for interest's sake, what she's really famous for, one of the things that made her just shoot through the roof, is she likes to paint on wood. That's not canvas, it's wood. And what she does is, it's kind of ingenious. She uses the grain of the wood, so she looks at the grain and how the different designs of the natural grain go, and then she creates a painting based upon the grain, which is absolutely fascinating. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. Now, the long story short, about 2 years ago, she was put under contract by one of the largest and most powerful art organizations in the world. And it is a very, very exclusive contract. At that point, if you've been watching the show for a while, about 2 years ago, we had original Sarah walls. We don't have them any longer. We can't get them any longer. It's by contract, we can't. The ones I just showed you, this gallery, they owned these pieces before that contract took place. So when they sell these, they won't be able to renew them. Sarah's in a really unique position where she has such a powerful following. Her work isn't sold in galleries at all. It's sold at very, very highly specialized events that take place all over the world, where collectors are coming specifically just to acquire the works of Sarah Wall. Now, the piece you're bidding on right now, first of all, it's an artist proof edition, which when I come back, we're going to talk about more at length. But the most important thing to know is that these were produced during Sarah's time with us. We are the only place on earth you can get an artist proof edition of a Sarah Wall print. Now, take a look for yourself, grab your computer, go to Google, and look up Sarah Wall limited edition print, and see if you can find anything anywhere. You won't find a single gallery that has it. So we are really lucky that we still have just a few of these pieces. But the artist proof edition, there's only 25 in the edition. That is it. And this is a stunning piece. I'll talk a little bit more about that when I come back. Leif, back to you. All right, let's go to that certificate of author.
All right, here we go. Sarah Wall. Go ahead, Mitch.
Okay, looks like we're still having a small problem with Leif's microphone. We're going to get that sorted out. We're going to get that sorted out. But for the moment, I'm going to take over. Sarah Wall, American artist, born 2007. Crimson and Gold Whispers. It is eclat of archival pigments on wove paper, hand signed. Now that's an important part. This is a hand signed piece. So the autograph, that is an actual autograph from Sarah Wall, and numbered by the artist. An example from the EA edition of 25. So only 25 of these were made. In America, if a piece is produced in the United States, it's often, the EA and AP are used interchangeably. If it's English, I guess that's probably a better way to say it. It's AP, artist proof. If it's French, it's EA, which basically stands for Éprouvé d'Artiste. So that is exactly what this piece is. Let's go ahead and go back to the work. Now, first of all, the one thing I'm always going to jump on with both feet is collecting an artist proof is the single most valuable part of any print collection there is. I have no problem saying that as an absolute. The artist proof is always going to be the most valuable. And it dates back, artist proofs date back to about the 1930s, 1940s, when we had our first artist proofs from great artists like Picasso and Dali. What most people aren't aware of is the artist proof is two things. One, it's exactly what it sounds like. It is the piece that the artist approves of before the entire edition is ran. Now, artist proofs tend to be 10% of the run. So that means if this is, Leif's mic is still on, just so you guys know. This particular piece is an edition of 25, which means the overall edition is going to be about 250. Now, the artist proof, once again, is given to the artists as part of their compensation from the publisher. And then the publisher gets the regular edition, 250, and it's their job. And I'm quite certain, I'd be willing to bet my left pinky toe, the 250 I'm speaking of are now in the hands of that massive organization I was talking about. Because they have the rights to it. They absolutely have the rights, but they don't have the rights to this because we owned it first. So this is why this is an interesting situation. And again, the artist proofs are the most collectible thing there is. Now I'll share a couple other things with you as we're waiting to get this going. Let's go ahead and show my screen. So if we take a look, this is her Instagram account. Now, one of the things I've noticed is in the last couple of years, actually the last year, not even the last couple of years, I wonder if it's from her first year at Duke, we are starting to see Sarah Wall's work evolve. She is doing some things she absolutely did not do only a short time period ago. We're starting to see more still lifes, more artworks like this. This was not something we would see only a year ago. But as you can see, her work is filled with beautiful, bright colors. It has a fantasy, kind of a base to it, if you will. And there's Sarah right there. She must have been so happy going to Duke. Now, could you imagine? I thought about this not long ago. Imagine Sarah showing up at Duke as part of their art program, right? She's a student. And all of those other students, they're there hoping to have an art career. And one of their fellow students is already somebody who sells paintings for $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 a pop. I kind of wonder how those dynamics will work. And there she is as just a young kid, a little baby actually, already beginning to experiment with colors. So this was something that was clearly in her DNA. And then you add the fact that when she's just a little baby, she watches her father work. If I get a chance, I'll share with you. In fact, I'm sure I will. I'll share with you some of Daniel's work, her father, just so you can kind of see the difference. As I said, I'm a huge fan, absolutely love his stuff. Let's go ahead and go back to the work. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, the most collectible edition is the artist proof. Only 25 of these exist on Earth. It is hand signed by Sarah Wall. Leif, back to you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, looks like we are going to keep going. This is getting interesting. All right, give me 1 second. Artist, as I promised, I'm going to show this to you. And let's take a quick look and see if I can find a good page for it. Let's go ahead and enlarge this. All right, let's go ahead and show my screen. And this is Daniel's work. So this is the kind of work he's known for. As I said, he's kind of the founder of what is called intent. Look at that one, $48,000. And that is, it looks like, that might be Lahaina. That might be Front Street, if I'm not mistaken. But he is known for doing these beautiful, bright colored images, often of different cities around the world, but also these kind of, I wonder if I can find one real quick. He does these images of couples, there we go, with an umbrella. And this is what made him famous. Right here, this is where it all kind of started for him, were these nighttime scenes, because he is Chinese, and the umbrella in the Chinese culture is a symbol of protection. It's a symbol of protection. It's a symbol of good fortune. It's basically protection from everything. And so when he creates these images, it's always with a couple, a man and a woman, and they are in a beautiful park, you know, symbolizing a quiet life, and they have the protection of the umbrella from the rain. And so that's just a little of that idea, but that is Daniel's work. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. Ladies and gentlemen, we're currently at $275. Got $275, $275, looking for $333, got $275, looking for $300. Again, ladies and gentlemen, the frame alone on a piece like that is easily more than $275. That is for certain. And if we look at Sarah's work, As I said, if you grab your computer and just kind of go start doing a little bit of investigating, you're not going to find any prints anywhere. That is something to definitely keep in mind. As I said, we're the only place that has these. And I'll share one other thing with you. Okay. All right, this is getting, like I said, this is getting interesting. We're at 300. There's 300, 300, looking for 325. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and sell this piece, and we're going to just go right to it. Normally, I'm not the auctioneer part, but for the moment, I am going to do that. Tony, I need to be able to see it. We're at $300. Got three, looking for 325. Got three, looking for $325 once. Got three, looking for 325. Got three, looking for 325. Once again, this piece by Sarah Wall is an artist proof. It is signed. Only 25 of these exist. Got three, looking for 325. Give me just 1 second. We're at $300. Got three, looking for $325. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is a beautiful Sarah Wall. It is kind of an interesting piece because, as I said, I've seen her do some still lifes in the past, but they were always the still lifes that are in a vase. And it looks like this piece has sold. Congratulations, that is an awesome one. Well done.
In our studios in Atlanta, Georgia. Our apologies once again for the technical issue. I think we've got that all sorted out now, and thank you so much, Mitch. All right, folks, so that work is sold by Sarah Wall, ladies and gentlemen, and congratulations. Once again, excellent research, Mitch, and I think people are starting to find out you really can't find these online, and you know, we had a lot of bidders on that particular work of art. So, ladies and gentlemen, right now we are going to move on. We're going to go to the masters. I know we have a lot of you who are very keen on collecting this giant in the world of art. He is a man who not only was coined by André Breton. André Breton was the founder, pretty much, of the Surrealist movement. He wrote the official Surrealist Manifesto, and within a lot of his literature, Breton once actually said that the greatest of all the Surrealists is Jean Miro. And to tell you more about it, let's bring it over to Mitch. Mitch?
Now, ladies and gentlemen, when I talk about Miro, this gets really exciting for a whole lot of reasons. First of all, Miro is one of my absolute art heroes. That is, there's no question about that. He's kind of on par to me. He's on par with Monet. And the reason I say that is Monet and Miro both had something in common. Now, they come from two different time periods, but the thing they both have in common is they both stood up to some very powerful forces in the art world who were telling them what they were doing was unacceptable. With Monet, it was the jury of the Paris Salon who wouldn't accept his work in 1872 into the actual Paris Salon because they said your paintings aren't even done yet. They're mere impressions of paintings. That's where we get the term Impressionism. Well, the one thing to remember about Miro is that he didn't start off creating artwork like this. Miro was absolutely, positively a classically trained artist. But then he kind of had this light bulb moment. And his light bulb moment basically was like, what if I create a language of color and shape? So an entire language based out on color and shape. And where he kind of got the idea is the concept of Japanese calligraphy. So Japanese communicate not through letters the way we do, they communicate through shape. And then the concept was, what if we add color to that mix? Now, if we look at what Miro was doing in the early part of his career, give me just 1 second, it looked absolutely nothing like this. Let's go ahead and show my screen. So this was one of his first award-winning pieces. He was only about 16 when he painted it. And then only a couple years later, he created this famous piece called The Farm. And this, we kind of start seeing a little bit of hint into the different geometrical shapes. And then in 2024, boom. Now, he is part of the Surrealist movement, but even with Surrealism, We knew what we were looking at. With Dali, it was a flaming giraffe, for example. But with Miraut's work, we often had absolutely no clue. Now, I want you to imagine, this is a tricky one, but bear with me. I want you to imagine it's, the early 1920s, 1925, right about there, and you'd never seen an artwork like this. Again, abstract expressionism didn't exist. Artwork that had absolutely no visual representation at all had never been done before. What would you think seeing this for the first time? Would you think, wow, this is genius, this is incredible? Or would you think what so many art critics said, my kids could do this. This looks like something that could be done in kindergarten. Well, other artists took one look at it and said, yeah, this was the birth of abstract art. This is where it came from. Now, Miraut got all kinds of heat, but he stood up and said, no, this is who I am. This is what I'm doing. Now, the piece you are bidding on is an original lithograph, and it's important to understand what that is, because this is a very, very collectible and special piece. This is a picture of Miraut creating an original lithograph. The word lithograph, if you cut it in half, litho means stone, graph means drawing in Latin. So that's what those words mean, stone, drawing. And he creates the artwork directly onto the stone. Only 195 of these were done, and then the stone is destroyed. Now, Miraut was one of the greatest lithographers of all time. He was absolutely spectacular in this vein. Everything I'm showing you right now are Miraut lithographs. And they are located in museums, quite literally, all over the world. That is an example of just one Miraut that's for sale for $40,000. That is also a lithograph, but from a different suite. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece, because I have a couple other things to share with you. Now, Le Lizard, the lizard with the golden feathers. I'll let Leif pronounce this in French because I'll destroy it. He's much better at that. But it translates into English. The Lizard with the Golden Feathers is a highly celebrated 1971 illustrated portfolio and color lithograph series by the pioneering Spanish surrealist artist Miraut. Published by Louise Brodeur in Paris, this whimsical, dreamlike narrative is widely regarded as one of Miraut's most technically adventurous and creative late career projects. Now that comes straight from, I believe it was the MoMA, the Museum of Modern Art. Now, this is also something that I want you to pay attention to, what I'm about to share with you. Let's see if I can actually, let's go over here. One sec, I'm bouncing all over my computer. Let's go ahead and show my screen. Now, in Miraut's case, his record for a lithograph is $144,000. Now, Miraut kind of went back and forth with two different concepts of the finished product. In some cases, he would sign the actual piece itself. In other cases, he would sign the lithograph book. So in other words, we know that it's a folio of 14 plus a fontis page, so that means 15, and he would sign the fontis, which means the front cover. Now I want you to take a look. This is a close look at the one that's owned by the Museum of Modern Art. What don't you see? A signature. It is indeed an original lithograph, but once again, in this case, Miraut signed the fontis, so it's the cover of the entire series. And here is another one from the same series. And as you can see, if I enlarge it, no signature. This is absolutely, and I do mean absolutely, just like the one that you are bidding on. You are 100% bidding on a museum caliber piece, just so you're clear. And I found 3 of them. In fact, from what I can tell, the MoMA has one of the few complete collections. There's lots of museums that have, 1 ofs, 2 ofs, 5 ofs, but the MoMA is the only museum I can find that has the entire portfolio. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. So keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, the other thing that's interesting about this particular work, as I just showed you, most of the pieces in this portfolio are, I guess you could call them a standard shape. Right? And most of them are done as a landscape, but they are done as kind of like that 8 by 10, 10 by, 18 by 24, I think is kind of standard. But this one is not. This one is elongated, so it's one of the more unique pieces. Now in the upper left, you see that reference M789-828. That's the actual catalog for this specific piece. So it is part of the Miro catalog raisonné. It is an original lithograph by one of the greatest and the top 5 most important artists of the last 100 years. And I promise you this, there's not a modern art museum on earth that doesn't have a Miro in it. So this is a truly incredible opportunity. I would collect this in a heartbeat. Leif, back to you.
Indeed, Mitch, and ladies and gentlemen, I'm standing right next to the work of art to give you an idea of its size and its scale. This is really quintessential Miro. Ladies and gentlemen, if this is your first time seeing Miro, there is very few examples that really pronounce his ability to create the biomorphic symbolism and the automatism, which were part and parcel of his entire oeuvre. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, when we think about biomorphic symbolism, the genesis of that went back to his childhood when he went on retreat after dropping out of accounting school. He actually had a nervous breakdown, and he was living in his parents' farm. And it was there that he was surrounded only by farm animals. So there was an affinity and an evolution that was developed in the symbiosis between his mental malaise, as they would call it, and the farm animals, thus allowing that evolution of biomorphic symbolism, which means a lot of these symbols can be these images of animals, essentially, that he would see in his life. It's very much like the Cosmos series that he did as well, or Constellation series, where he looked up in the ceiling when he was starving to death and began to see hallucinations. And that was another aspect of his not only condition, but also of his creativity. Let's go ahead and take a look at that certificate of authenticity for the Jean Miro. The title of the work, ladies and gentlemen, is Le Lézard aux Plumes d'Or, and it's referenced in the Morlot catalog. It's an original lithograph printed in color on BFK reef paper with the artist watermark. Now that's really important. Now folks, this is an example from a regular edition. It's printed by Morlot in Paris. That carries a lot of weight. In 1971, that means it is a lifetime Miro, and it is extremely rare and important. And ladies and gentlemen, Mitch was very instrumental in really giving you a solid background on Miro, but it's important to understand that especially the works that were produced through the Morlot workshop, they merit serious attention because, as mentioned, you know, Biro's biomorphic vocabulary and his 1971 production of this work, they represent the full flowering, I would say, of a career that reshaped Western art. And this is not merely a decorative object, ladies and gentlemen. It is a historically significant impression by one of the most collected artists of the last century. So that makes it an exceptional opportunity. Mitch, back to you.
So just a couple of things that I also wanted to share with you, kind of keep going. Let's go ahead and show my screen one more time. You may not be aware of it, but he has his own museum in Barcelona, Spain. It's up on the hill right next to the Olympic Park overlooking the city. And there was a time in my life when I spent every single summer in Europe, in the Mediterranean, working, and I loved going to this museum. I took both of those photos, but not the aerial shot. But when you're walking around Barcelona, you'll see squares that are named after Miro. When you go into restaurants, you'll see the menu, the cover will be an image by Miro. You go into the ceramic shops and you find coffee mugs and plates, all with Miro's designs. In Spain, this guy is, you know, he's just absolutely huge. This is one of his pieces in the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C. Pair of lovers playing with almond blossom at the Paris Convention Center. This one's in Chicago, aptly titled Miro Chicago, 1969. That one, the National Gallery, the Gothic Bird Flash. So yeah, his work is, as I said, in every major important institution there is. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. Now there's a couple other things I wanted to share with you just to give you an idea. Let's go ahead and show, let's go ahead and show my screen one more time. This, ladies and gentlemen, is an unsigned piece by Miro that is not signed from 1975, currently for sale for $12,950. Now this is his record. That is, again, the most expensive print ever sold at auction by Miro, $115,000. Let's go back to the work, because I found something else today that I thought was interesting. We're currently at $1,300, and I think this will definitely get your attention. Let's go ahead and show my screen again, and I'm going to go back and forth. These are currently some Miros that are available for sale right now. So this is current. So as you can see, $65,000, price on request, 45,000 euros, which is right about 60,000. 45,000 US dollars, price on request, 40,000. But if I go over here, I found the suite, Le Lézard 1971, 15, and 15 doesn't really count because 14, one of the 15 is the frontispiece, right? One of the 15 is the frontispiece. Now in 2002, so that's over 20 years ago, about 24 years ago, the suite sold for $147,000. Now, if you divide that, that comes by 14, because that's how many images, that comes out to $10,500 per piece. Now, what do you think it'd be selling for now, 24 years later? That's why I showed you what the pieces are selling for now versus what it was happening in 2002. But this is an actual auction result from the same exact series. Again, there was 15 of them. As I said, 14 because you got to count the frontispiece, which is the signature page, which is no artwork whatsoever. $147,000 in London. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, as Leif was saying, this is where you're crossing a line from decorative art into what we call blue chip art. This is the kind of art that you own or you acquire because you're interested in building a true collection of note, something with some prestige to it. Now, there's nothing wrong with decorative art. I've had this talk with clients for many, many years, about 30 years now, but it is important to understand the difference. A decorative piece is like, let's say in your hometown they have an art fair. It's in the local park. It's maybe this weekend, Memorial Day weekend. And you go and you buy a nice painting by a local artist for $500. Now, you have no expectations of the piece. It's just, you know, it was beautiful. It looked great above your couch. You don't mind spending the $500, but you don't think for a second that this is going to be the next Picasso and is going to retire you and be worth $5 million in 20 years. Your brain isn't going in that direction. Then there's this type of collecting, where you are collecting an investment caliber art in blue chip artists, in blue chip pieces. That is exactly what is happening here. Again, Miro is one of the 5 most important artists of the last centuries. He's one of my absolute heroes because he stood up to more opposition than just about any other major artist ever. One of the first artists to ever come up with an art design and concept where people had no idea what they were looking at. It was the birth of abstract expressionism. People like Jackson Pollock, Mark Rothko, de Kooning all took their cues from this great Spanish artist. And as I said, this piece is fascinating simply because it's one of the few pieces of the suite. And if Miro was alive today, I would have loved to have asked him the question, why? You know, why did you venture outside the norm for this specific piece? Because the suite is more that normal rectangle size, whereas this is the elongated rectangle, and it's just this piece, and I'm not sure why he did it. But it's certainly very, very cool because it'd look great above a couch, look great above a bed, and as I said, if I had the opportunity, I'd put this in my collection in about 10 seconds flat. Leif, back to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mitch. And ladies and gentlemen, at this time, for a 1971 Miro, this is Lifetime, ladies and gentlemen, and it is done in the world-famous Merlot studio. That is really a big deal. The thing to remember about these is that every day that goes by, these Lifetime works become harder and harder to find. Now, when you're looking at the Miro market, and Mitch, I'm sure you've also done some research on ArtPrice. ArtPrice, ladies and gentlemen, is pretty much one of the world's largest databases of art. I believe they have over 900,000 artists there, and they've been around since the 80s. So it is a very robust catalog that gives us the good fortune of being able to see the market, the valuations, and indeed how the market is doing. Now, what I'm about to tell you is not a reason to collect this, but it is a fact. Ladies and gentlemen, for the graphic works of Miro, last year alone saw an 80% rise in the prices. That's according to ArtPrice. Now that's remarkable. In 1 year, I think people are starting to recognize, Mitch, that these don't no longer exist. There is no more output, meaning there is no more supply, right? Miro passed away in 1983. So obviously every day that goes by, with the increase of collectors, with the increase of institutions, it's harder and harder and harder to find this. So I really recommend, at this price point, folks, the frame alone is probably around the $700 frame. So take advantage of that. This is really a gem. We're at 16 right now, but again at 17. Look at a 17 right now for the bid at 16. At 16 right now, but again 17. At 16 right now, but again 17. But upon at 17, look at a 17 right now for the bid. I got a bid at 17 right now, but again 18. Look at 18 right now, but again 18. But upon 18, look at 18 right now for the bid at 17. 17 is the bid. At 17 right now, but upon at 18. At 17, would get 18. But upon 18, look at 18 right now for the bid. This is also an opportune time, folks, to place those power bids. Got a bid of 18 right now. Thank you for that bid. Would get 19, bid upon 19. Look at a 19 right now, but get 18. 18 right now, but get 18. 18 right now, but get 19. Look at a 19 right now for the bid. Do we see a bid? 2,000. Thank you. Bev, where's your bidder from? 2,000 right now. Maryland takes the lead at 2. At Maryland right now at 2,000 would get 21. At 2 right now would get 21. At 2 right now would get 21. But upon at 21, look at a 2100 right now. Got a bid at 21 would get 22. At 21 right now would get 22. At 21 right now would get bid upon at 22. Look at that 22 right now would get 22. At 2100, this is a last call. 22 is the bid. 22 is the bid. And would get 23. Place those power bids, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot of callers on this. This will be going to the top bidder. Power bid simply means you don't have to follow the sequence of the bidding. Right now we're looking at 23. You could bid 25. You could bid 3,000. You could bid 3,500. And you'd still be below a fair market value. Got a bid at 23 right now, but again at 24. Look at that 24 right now for the bid. At 23 right now, but again 24. At 23 right now, but again 24. Look at that 24 right now, but it got 24. Look at that 2,400 right now for the bid on the Miro Lifetime 1971 from the Moorlow Studios. Ladies and gentlemen, every single gold stamp, boom, boom, is stamped right on this work. Take advantage of it. 23 right now, we're about to drop the hammer. At 23 right now, but again at 24. Look at that 24 right now, but again bid. At 24 right now, but again 25. At 24 right now, but again bid on at 25. Look at that 25 right now, but again bid at 24. At 24 right now, but again 25. Look at that 25 right now, but again 25 for the bid to take the lead. 25 right now, but again at 2,600. At 25 right now, but again at 26. Look at that 26. Got 26 right now, but again 27. At 26 right now, but again 27. At 26 right now, but again 27. But upon that 27, look at that 27 right now for the bid at 2,600. At 26 right now, would give it upon at 27. Looking at 27, got 27 right now, but upon at 28. At 28, got 28 right now, would give 29. At 28 right now, would give 29. At 28 right now, would give 29. But upon 29, would give it upon at 29. Looking at 29 right now for the bid. I got a bid of 29. At 29 right now, would give 3. At 29 right now, would give 3. At 3 right now, would give 3. Look at 3 right now. 2,900 is the bid. At 29 right now, would give 3. 3 right now, would give 31. At 3 right now, but again at 31. Look at that 31 right now, but again 31. Look at that 31 right now for the bid at 3. At 3 right now, but again 31. At 3 right now, but again 31. Look at that 31, but again 31. 31. Ladies and gentlemen, more callers coming in. Take advantage. Place those power bids. 32 is in. 32 is in right now, but again at 33. At 32 right now, but upon at 33. Look at that 33 right now, but again 33. At 32 right now, but again 33. At 3,200. At 32 right now, but again 33. At 32 right now, but again 33. But upon at 33. Look at that 33. But again 33. And but again, but upon 33. Look at that 33 right now for the bid at 32. At 32 right now, but again, but on at 33. Got 33. Got 33. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to sell it. Get those final bids. I see a lot of bids coming in. Only one of you is going to get it. It's going to the top bidder. 34 right now, but again 35 at 34. At 35 right now, but again 34. 34 right now, but again 35. Look at that 35 right now for the bid at 34, but again 35. At 34 right now, but again 35. Look at that 35 right now for the bid. 3,400. 3,400. 34. 35. 35 right now, and I'm would again at 36. 36. A lot of competitive bidding here. I think everybody's realizing what's going on with Miro, Mitch. At 36 right now. At 36 right now. At 36 would give 37. At 36 right now, but upon at 37 would give 37. Look at a 37 right now for the bid at 3,600 would give 37. At 36 right now would give 37. At 36 right now would give it upon at 37. Look at a 37 right now for the bid at 3,600. At 3,600 right now would give it upon at 37. And would give it 37. Look at a 37 right now to take the lead. Ladies and gentlemen, 3,600 is the bid. That is going once. Ladies and gentlemen, get those bids in. 3,600 is going twice. Take advantage of this, ladies and gentlemen. Place those power bids. If you want to have that added leverage, place those power bids. 3,600 is the bid.
Yep, 37.
Got 37 right now. Kim, where's your bidder from? 36 right now, 37.
Wyoming.
Wyoming is taking the lead at 37. Woodgie 38. Karen, where's your bidder from? Florida is taking a beat at 38. Woodgie 39 at 38 right now. Woodgie 39. Look at the 39 right now for the bid. I got Florida and Wyoming competing for this stunning work. Got a bid at 39 right now. Woodgie 4. Look at the 4 right now. Woodgie 4. Look at the 4 right now. Woodgie 4 at 39 right now. Woodgie 4 at 4 right now. Woodgie 41 at 4 right now. Woodgie 41. Look at the 41 right now for the bid at 4. At 4 right now. Woodgie 41. Look at the 41 right now for the bid at 4. At 4 right now. Woodgie bid upon at 41. Look at the 41 right now. Woodgie 41. 4,000 is the bid. 4,000 is the bid. Ladies and gentlemen, we are over our time. We are over our time. This is it. This is that moment. It is going once. It is going twice. Third and final. So congratulations. Well done. Thank you for staying strong. Thank you to our bidders from Maryland, from Wyoming, from Florida, from New York, from California. Thank you to all of you guys. Well done indeed. And now, folks, we are moving on to a stunning work by another master surrealist, and this one is really, really quite something. It is Salvador Dali. Here he is. Take a look.
Salvador Dali is among the most versatile and prolific artists of the 20th century, and of course, the most famous surrealist. Though chiefly remembered for his painterly output over the course of his long career, he successfully turned to sculpture, printmaking, fashion, advertising, writing, and perhaps most famously, filmmaking.
If you go to the Dali Museum in Spain, you'll see a painting called Leda Atomica. There's no brushstrokes. It looks ethereal, doesn't even look real. He would paint with one eyelash, and he would build his own brushes.
Dali was renowned for his flamboyant personality and the role of a mysterious provocateur as much as he was for his undeniable technical virtuosity. In 1926, Dali took a life-changing trip to Paris. He visited Pablo Picasso in his studio and found great inspiration in what the Cubist was doing. He began studying the psychoanalytical concepts of Freud and consequently began using psychoanalytic methods of mining the subconscious to generate imagery. His first serious work of this style was Apparatus in Hand of 1927.
Dali was known for having an extraordinary ego. He truly believed he was destined to be the greatest artist who ever lived.
In 1929, Dali met the French surrealist poet Paul Eluard and his wife Gala. Soon after this original meeting, Dali moved to Paris and was invited by André Breton to join the surrealists for the next several years.
He also collapsed in this kind of sadness and melancholy of the other kind of modern school.
I see. So that really you feel that surrealism, having started when you were with it as very gay, has now sunk into melancholy and despair, and that you alone remain as a true representative of it.
Absolutely.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, this particular piece represents a very interesting story, that's for sure. And it's one of the very few times in Dali's entire career that he chose to take on ceramics. Now, he has done it a couple of times. In fact, I will show you very quickly. There's only a couple I was able to find. Can you go ahead and show my screen, please? This is one that's located in the Museum of Modern Art. So that is one of Dali's ceramics. And that was done in 1933. And then this is another one, a plate series that was done by Salvador Dali. But again, he didn't do a whole lot of these. Now, there, of course, was a great artist, Pablo Picasso, who's got an amazing story about him moving to the town of Villeurbanne, which is in the south of France, which was primarily known for their pottery kilns and studios. And then he bought a house there. He loved it so much that towards the latter part of his life, he made it a huge part of his career, was to do these different types of ceramic plates, and they are extremely expensive. The ones that are the originals, they cost a small fortune. Now, one of my favorite photos is that one right there. And that is when Picasso invited his good friend Marc Chagall down to Villeurbanne, and they both worked on creating these ceramic plates. I love that photo. Let's go ahead and go back to the work. So I am going to tell you exactly what this piece is, because it's, as I said, very, very unique, very, very different. Salvador Dali's La Suite Catalan is a 1954 series of 6 painted and glazed ceramic tiles that were originally commissioned by a wealthy collector fabled to be a minister in Francisco Franco's government. The wealthy collector who commissioned the art went bankrupt before the project was fully realized. As a result, Dali was suddenly left with this inventory of tiles sitting in storage. Produced by El Siglo in Onda in Spain, the 20-centimeter tiles come as a set of 6 arrows, starfish, guitars, vegetable sun, doves, and fire kiss. And this one, let's see, flechas, that is arrows. Yep, so that one, that makes sense. This one's called arrows. Decades later, in 1976, German lawyer Peter Ankerman met the artist in Paris. Later in his career, Ankerman ended up acquiring these tiles, creating a truly unusual art world asset. Very few complete limited edition sets were ever produced because the original installation never happened. Authentic sets continue to surface on the art and antique market, prized by surrealist collectors. So I thought that was a very, very interesting story. As I said, this was one of the few times where Salvador Dali did anything like this, and it was because it was a commission. That, like I said, I think that's kind of fascinating all by itself. One thing I will say about Dali is he has such a great story. He really truly does. In that, as I said in that video, Dali really believed he was destined to be the greatest artist who ever lived. As a child, he could do things that were just kind of unimaginable. And then the next thing, and I'm talking about artistically, his parents, by the way, forced him to attend university. He didn't want to. He just wanted to go straight to Paris and, like, you know, start dominating the art world. But his parents were like, no, you're doing this. And he got kicked out of the University of Madrid twice. And both times it was for the same thing. He kept telling professors that they should be taking exams from him and not the other way around. So needless to say, that didn't work very well. And when he finally was able to get to Paris, he went about things like a bull in a china shop. Now, first of all, you got to imagine Dali's personality was eccentric to begin with. But imagine showing up in your early 20s to the finest galleries in Paris and demanding one-man exhibitions and getting furious when they just reject you and say, look, you know, we don't know who you are, get out of here. Dali made such a nuisance of himself that he started getting this reputation as the crazy Spaniard, and collectors all over Paris beginning to hear about this crazy Spaniard and started asking to see the work. Well, the rest is history. The proof is in the pudding. Once collectors saw the work, he just took off like a rocket. So later on, throughout his entire career, let's go ahead and show my screen, he started taking photos like this. Every single photo. One of my favorite Dali quotes, while it's good to be considered an artistic genius, it is much better to be considered an artistic mad genius. Everyone wants to buy the work of the mad genius. So all throughout his life, he was known for publicity stunts, like here, walking his pet anteater through Paris. Here's another one that just absolutely cracks me up. Jumping into the Grand Canal, which, by the way, was an insane act all by itself. You trust me, you don't ever want to go swimming in the Grand Canal and in Venice. And of course he does it, and he's got his little easel and he's painting while he's swimming. This particular photo took hours to set up. No CGI, no Photoshop. That is a single snap, and I'm always amazed at how they got that photo. It's one of my favorites. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, a truly unique item for the Dali collectors out there. One of the very few times that he did anything like this. Leif, back to you.
Mitch, excellent information. And by the way, if I may just piggyback on what you're saying, you know, ladies and gentlemen, we're dealing with a segment of the Dali market that is extremely underappreciated and undervalued. So this is that hidden gem. I know we have, you know, very well-seasoned collectors who really know their stuff and are big into collecting some of these masters. When it comes to this, This is that anomaly. This is that cherry on the top, which announces itself not only as a work by one of the greatest surrealists of the last century, but also, ladies and gentlemen, a body of work that gravitates towards even greater levels of craftsmanship and his ability, Salvador Dali, because at the end of the day, and I'm sure Mitch would agree with me, he was one of the most talented artists that have ever lived. I mean, if you see some of the things Dali did, it is mind-blowing how talented, how good he truly was. Let's go ahead and take a look at that certificate of authenticity. Salvador Dali, it's called Flechas, which is from La Suite Catalane. It's an original, hand-painted and glazed ceramic tile with signature. And there's the studio stamp on the verso, folks. It's executed by El Ciclo Onda in Spain. It is extremely scarce. Now, folks, while his paintings and, of course, his etchings dominate headlines, and they do command the largest estimates, the hand-painted and glazed ceramics are genuinely singular objects. Think about this. Each one touched, each one painted and fired under the artist's oversight. So a tile from La Suite Catalane in 1954 is precisely the work that serious surrealist collectors pursue with urgency, ladies and gentlemen. Why? Well, because you get that combination of the classical nuclear period date, the series context, the hand painting, and the glaze makes this a three-dimensional artwork of exceptional rarity. Folks, collect this. This is phenomenal. Mitch, let's bring it back to you.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, just to kind of recap the story, this was a series of tiles that was commissioned, if you will, and the name is unknown. Nobody knows, but it's fabled to be a minister in Francesco Franco's own government. However, the wealthy collector who commissioned this went bankrupt before the final project was fully realized. It kind of reminds me of what happened with Dali and the Divine Comedy, how we got halfway through it and the Italian government, or forgive me, the Spanish, oh, for heaven's sakes, I'm having a dyslexic moment. The Italian government fired him because a new government was elected, and when they found out that this was going on, because Dali was Spanish, they fired him. And eventually, Dali still pursued it and went on to become one of the greatest collections in art history, even against the Italian government's wishes. That's one of my favorite stories. So this is kind of the same thing, where something at first was, I'm sure, not a good thing for Dali, that the wealthy collector essentially went broke and couldn't pay for it. However, it turns out great, because later in 1976, that German lawyer met up with the artist in Paris, bought the whole collection, and now once again, I'll read this, very few complete limited sets were ever produced because the original installation never happened. Authentic sets continue to surface on the art and antique market, prized by surrealist collectors. The only thing that I'll share with you, one other thing that I like this just because it's kind of fun and it's more interest-sake. Can you go and show my screen? These are two of the last photos ever taken of Salvador Dali. Just so you can kind of see towards the very end of his life. I think they're both fun. The one on the left, he's still, even at that age, you can see he's still mischievous, right? He's still being animated and fun. But the one on the right is the type of photo we hardly ever see of Salvador Dali, the well-dressed, dapper gentleman. That's why it's one of my favorite photos, because he certainly had an amazing and very, very well-lived life. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. There's some really great stories about Salvador Dali. One of my favorites, and many people don't know this, Dali, as well as I think it was, I'm trying to remember, I think it was Thomas Edison. They both believed in a very unusual concept, and that was that the true nature of creativity and invention came in the space between sleep and consciousness, that kind of a transfer. So Dali at his studio had a great big Easy Boy type chair, really, really comfortable. And he would, when he felt like he wasn't getting inspiration, he would sit in this chair and place a bucket between his knees, a metal bucket. And then he would allow himself to drift off to sleep. Now what happens the moment he actually goes to sleep? Yeah, his muscles relax, the bucket clanks to the floor, and Dali would jump up and begin to paint. It's said that he did this multiple times in a day. It's my understanding that, like I said, I'm trying to remember, but I'm pretty sure it was Thomas Edison. He did it with a rock and a rocking chair. He'd go out at his rocking chair and kind of hold a rock in his hand, and the same thing, when he'd go to sleep, the rock would thump to the floor and it would wake him up. I always thought that was one of the more interesting concepts of Dali's life, but he also, you know, he was an interesting cat all by itself. But that particular story, the essence of creativity lying between the space of consciousness and unconsciousness. And that sounds exactly like Salvador Dali. This particular piece is simply entitled Arrows. It is part of a 6-part suite and very, very difficult to find, simply because, as I said, there's just not many of them done. And then, of course, this one is guaranteed for its authenticity. So that's also very, very important. Leif, back to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mitch. And, you know, as you were talking, I was admiring this stunning work. And, you know, I think when we're talking about his ceramic works, they occupy such a distinct collecting niche with relatively limited supply. And frequently, what's interesting to me, Mitch, is that they frequently outperform comparable print categories at auction due to their physical uniqueness and indeed that material presence. So this is legitimately an excellent opportunity, especially for a Dali collector out there. If you've even never collected Dali, what a great first work this would make in your collection. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a bid of $550 right now, looking at a counter bid of $6. At $550 right now, would get at $600, looking at $600 right now for the bid. $550 right now, looking at $6. At $550 right now, bid upon at $600, looking at $600 right now for the bid. $550 is the bid. Ladies and gentlemen, you are bidding, and if you're just tuning in, yes, you are looking at a Salvador Dali. And this is quite something because, you know, the hand-painted and the glazed ceramic tiles, they really do occupy a unique and an often undervalued category within the Dali oeuvre. So I really encourage you, ladies and gentlemen, especially if you're into the masters, because what is the deal with this? Well, it is three-dimensional. It's a tactile object that bears direct painterly intervention by Dali. So this is not a reproduction. This is not a print. Ladies and gentlemen, you're looking at a magnificent hand-painted tile from a very important suite. $550 is the bid. Would get $6. Look at $600 right now for the bid. At $550 right now, bid upon at $6. At $550 right now, would get $6. Look at $600 right now for the bid. And Mitch, I'm just going to pass it back to you for 2 more minutes and 1 more minute, sorry, and then we are going to close the bidding on this work. Let's bring it back to Mitch. Any final comments, Mitch?
Well, the final comment that I definitely have is something to keep in mind, that this is hand-painted. During this time in 1954, when they're doing these type of ceramics, the ability to create these pieces as some sort of a production, you know, some sort of a mass printing operation, that kind of technique or even machinery, if you will, didn't exist in 1954. There was no way that was even a possibility. So each and every one of these pieces was indeed completely painted by hand. And what's wonderful about collecting something like this is you're collecting something that's truly in the niche category. Because for some reason, I don't know why, you know, Picasso and Dali were always quite competitive with one another. And here Picasso made, you know, an entire section of his career in ceramics. I think Dali just, and I don't know, I've never actually read about it, what his choice was, but for some reason he just simply chose not to. And by the way, I think what you're looking at right there is the signature. How cool is that? I mean, it's so surrealistic. Yeah, that's Dali. I had to take a really close look at it. Good job, guys, in the booth. That's really good. I wouldn't have found that. That's pretty cool. That is kind of an almost abstract signature of Salvador Dali. That's pretty neat. So as I was saying, this is very much kind of in the niche. This was something that was really outside of Dali's typical wheelhouse, was doing this type of work, where he kind of liked to stick to graphics and etchings, engravings, and great lithographer, and of course one of the master painters. I remember the first time I went to the Dali Museum in St. Petersburg, Florida. It was such an extraordinary experience. If you get a chance, you must go. It's one of the most spectacular museums here in the United States. Leif, back to you.
out of time here, ladies and gentlemen, on this Salvador Dali. And this work is going once, it is going twice. Ladies and gentlemen, third and final, it is sold. Congratulations. Well done indeed on that stunning, stunning ceramic. I wish I could bid on that, Mitch. I really love that piece. It totally stands out, you know, and the fact, and again, kudos to our production team for finding that signature. That was not easy, my friends. All right, we are moving on right now. And in honor of our dear friend Ray, we're going to bring up his favorite artist. Isn't that right, Tony? One of his, I thought this was his number one artist, but we are going to be talking about a classic. I mean, this lady, not only in her later years is still painting magnificently, but I truly do believe the grain of French artistic culture runs very, very deep within her, ladies and gentlemen, and she's able to create works that not only have and are part and parcel of the evolution of Impressionism, but she's brought it into the 21st century. This is François Demont, and let's bring it over to Mitch. Mitch?
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping into a completely different direction. This is amazing, amazing to have. It truly is amazing to have an original by François Desmond. I didn't think we'd ever see one again, simply because of her age. The idea of getting one of her works as an original is not an easy thing to do these days. One of the things that I've noted in my 30-year some odd career is the stories of how, and by the way, that's always been my love. It's what drew me to art history way back when, even starting in high school, was the dot connecting. How one thing led to another. And the thing that I found that's very, very interesting and fascinating is the fact that no artist has the same path. However, a lot of them have one thing in common. Do you know what that is? That their parents didn't want them to be artists. And I can understand that. We can understand that, can't we? The ability to earn a living as an artist, actually, you know, put a roof over your head, food on the table, send the kids to school, that kind of thing. It's 1% of all working artists. One of my professors said it best. They said if you take 100 artists who are actually working and selling paintings, only 1 out of that 100 will make enough money that they don't have to have a side job. It's basically the same odds as becoming a professional actor, a movie actor, where you're not just, you know, what do you call it, an extra, where you're actually getting paid a reasonable amount of money. It's very, very difficult. And so most parents, you know, we don't want that for our kids. So almost every parent out there is going to basically say, well, you know, let's get a regular career going, you know, let's study something that's actually viable and you can work on art on the side. Same exact thing happened to François Desmond. She was attracted to painting and design at a very, very young age. In fact, she was the top of her class always in those subjects. She wanted to focus on studies after graduating from high school and wished to enroll in a very famous academy, the Beaux-Arts Academy in Lille in northern France. However, her family, as I said, they were not supportive and discouraged her from doing this, which is a nice way of saying put their foot down. She spent several years working at different odd jobs, but never ignored her penchant for drawing and painting. At the age of 20, and this is when it happens, right? At the age of 20, she finally decided that her life was hers. You know, that she had a dream and she was going to follow it. And at the age of 20, she moved to Paris. And that's when she began really studying. She became enamored with the works of the mother and son landscape painters Suzanne Valedon and Marisa Trillo. She also admired Vlaminck for his gray, tormented sky and lopsided houses. Taking notes from these masters, she spent many hours in museums and exhibitions studying their techniques and subject matter while continued to work on her own style and vision. Additionally, she was eventually entered into the Beaux-Arts Academy of Paris, where she was able to study for nearly 3 years. Now, her style is very, and by the way, the Paris Salon, where it's on the left, where it says Paris Salon Artist, that's something we're going to talk about in a minute because it's really important. It's actually incredibly important. So I want to make sure that we really kind of focus on that for a moment. One of the things I wanted to talk about is her style is very much like what you were looking at. Let's go ahead and show my screen. She has this very beautiful way of creating northern France. And by the way, that's what Vlaminck's skies looked like. When she talked about admiring Maurice de Vlaminck and his tortured skies, that's exactly how Vlaminck used to paint skies. But notice how when she creates images with people in them, we don't see details of the people. We don't get close-ups of their faces. We don't really know much about them. And sometimes she doesn't put them in there at all. But one thing she always does is gives us, the viewer, a place to go. She's always giving us somewhere to walk, perhaps a cafe to go into. And we run into a friend on a Sunday morning. Maybe we're going to go get a croissant together. There's a simplicity to her work, a peacefulness that really emulates who Francois Desmonts is as an artist. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. Now, one thing to keep in mind, Francois Desmonts was born in 1932. So just do some basic math and you get an idea how old she is. That's why I honestly didn't think we'd ever see an actual painting by Francois Desmonts ever again. Now in this particular piece, we're going to go through it, but as you can see, the limited edition will be included. So we're actually talking about getting the print with an original painting. So again, keep in mind you're bidding on two pieces. So not two separate pieces, whatever the total bid is, you're going to get both. So that is very, very important to understand. Now let's talk about the Paris Salon for just a moment. The Paris Salon is the most important art exhibition on earth. And the word salon in French, by the way, simply means gathering. So the Paris Gathering. And it started way back in the early 1700s. By the mid to late 1700s, this was where royalty and nobility were acquiring their artwork. In fact, if you look at some of the pieces that were acquired at the Paris Salon in the 17 and 1800s, many of them are the exact same pieces that we see in major museum institutions all over the world. Now, what they're notorious for is their 12-person jury that was really, really strict. Keep in mind, throughout Paris, for decades, actually going back centuries, the Paris Salon wasn't the only art exhibition. There were several of them. But like anything else, it was based on, beginners, intermediates, advanced, and then the truly great. Right? There was different art exhibitions for different levels. To get into the Paris Salon, it meant you were the very highest level, the top 1% of all artists in Europe. Now, believe it or not, this system still goes on today. The Paris Salon is the only art exhibition that I know of where you don't just buy your way in. The New York Art Expo, you spend $10,000 and you can bring your daughter who is an artist and you can set her up at the New York Art Expo and show off her art. Not so with the Paris Salon. You have to get past the jury to even be in the room. Now, something very special can happen. Over time, the jury can vote you a member. That means you no longer have to audition. And that means every single year you're allowed to display your work at the Paris Salon. That's what it means to be a Paris Salon artist, a member of the Salon. It means she is regarded as in the top 1% of living artists in Europe today. I love this particular piece. It is a classic by Francois Desmonts. We have the rule of thirds going on beautifully. If I get a chance, I'll talk about that. But this particular piece, the thing I love about it is the perspective, the tree being in the foreground, the villa being in the background, the hills leading us away to the vanishing point. It's such a stunning piece. Really beautiful. Leif, back to you.
I love that piece as well, and I love the Fauvist elements, especially of the shadow on the cottage, as well as that beautiful melange that she's able to create of a very advanced technical aspect of color. She really has an in-depth understanding of that. What a magnificent pairing we have here, ladies and gentlemen. And, this is, I just got to tell you, this is the first Francois Desmonts that I've ever auctioned off. Ever on our show. That's how rare these are. Ladies and gentlemen, this one, let's start with the original. Let's take a look at that certificate of authenticity. It's called Route de Abreuvoir. It's an original oil painting on canvas, signed by the artist on the lower right, signed and titled on the verso. Now, this is a unique work. It's executed by Francois Desmonts in Paris. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at the second work, which you are getting as a gift, that giclée, which we both love, Mitch and I. It's called Le Platane, and it is a giclée of archival pigment on canvas, signed and numbered by the artist along the lower edge. Now, folks, this example is an EA. EA is an abbreviation in French for épreuve d'artiste, which translated to English, that's an artist proof. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're getting a François Desmonts artist proof as a gift upon the acquisition of this original. Now, Mitch, you know as well as I do, you could walk into a high street gallery, anywhere, I don't care where it is, in London, in Paris, in LA. You say, listen, if I collect this original, go ahead and give me that giclée as a gift. You think they're going to do that? I have never seen that happen. Ladies and gentlemen, you are really in a unique position right now. What an extraordinary acquisition to get that original work by one of the most celebrated living French artists, and on top of that, you get that giclée. And what's important when you're thinking about the unique, that original, folks, this cannot be replicated. Once sold, it leaves the primary market permanently. So what that means is that you, as the collector, you acquire not just the work, but you get the exclusivity of its ownership. And Desmonts Originals have demonstrated consistent value retention, with her work appearing in very reputable, some of the top European art galleries. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time. If you love her work, if you love what you see, especially at this price point, my goodness, just the frames alone on these two works is close to $2,000, because these are custom-made, museum-quality frames, canvas wrapped with Irish linen matting. What a great deal. Mitch, let's bring it back to you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, one of the things that I always like talking about, let's take a look at the piece on the right for a second, and because, of course, that's the original painting, and then we'll go back to the print. One of the things that I was mentioning that I love about Desmonts' work, there's a couple things, and this one is no exception, absolutely has them. First, as I said, we don't identify the people in them. We definitely get the idea that these are villagers and just simply going about their day-to-day life. But one of the things that I truly enjoy is that art is meant to open our imagination. In fact, every artist in the world will tell you the same thing, that their works are meant to elicit some sort of an emotional response. Now, in some cases, like in the case of Banksy, that could be humor, where we look at an artwork and we laugh, or maybe we see a sense of irony. That's something I think about Banksy a lot. Others, it might be kind of outrage. And in a case of like Norman Rockwell, it might be the beauties of coming home, right? But all art does this. Now, this particular piece, when I look at Desmonts' work, I call it, there's a term I've used for years, I call it de-stress art. That this is the kind of artwork you want to put perhaps in a place where you're feeling the most amount of stress, maybe where you work. And when you feel that stress, take a minute, just 60 seconds, and look at this piece, either of them, and don't think of it as an artwork. Think of it as a window. And this is where you are, because that's what she does for us, right? She puts us right there. And what is she inviting us to do? Like, let's give us a close-up on the right. In our imagination, in your imagination, what is François Desmonts inviting us to do? Go take a walk on that path. Now, sometimes it's a village. Maybe in our imagination, that villa way off in the distance, maybe that's ours. And we're walking home from the Saturday market. We have our fruits, we have our breads, we have the ingredients for our evening dinner. This is what I love about her work, is not only does it kind of lower your blood pressure, but it gives us a place to go in our imagination. Yeah, absolutely stunning. Keep in mind one thing, and this is way off into the other realm of conversation. The frame alone on this original, just the frame, is about a $600-700 frame. Remember, all of our frames are custom cut by professional framers. And if you've ever done framing in the United States, you know it's incredibly, ridiculously expensive. So for us to be at $1,500 at the moment for both pieces, keep in mind, her prints alone, just the giclées, sell at the Paris Salon for about $1,700. $1,700 just for the prints. The originals the prices on the originals are getting some serious pressure. As I said, I didn't think we'd see one again. And that has to do with one thing. And this isn't just Francois Desmond, this is every major artist out there, every major artist. As they get older and older and older, get into their 70s and 80s, what do you think happens to their prices? Especially if they're already famous, as Francois Desmond is. In fact, she's a Paris Salon artist. There's definitely pressure that gets onto the price because less and less works are available. And I don't want to be indelicate, but I want you to imagine for a moment that you own, let's say 3 or 4 Francois Desmond. And Desmond herself is in her late 80s, early 90s. Do you think this would be a good time to sell them? If you wanted to sell them, do you? No, this is not a good time to sell them. Right? And so the people, because sadly, it's true, in the art world, somebody's passing makes a huge difference in the value of the piece, because now we know for certain there'll never be another piece available, ever. Now, I thought we were already there now. I really did. I didn't even know we'd ever get our hands on another Francois Desmond. This piece was done in 2025, which is incredible. It means that even at her age, she has definitely not lost her touch. Absolutely stunning. But then again, when you think about it, Renoir did the same thing. He painted spectacular paintings, even with his arthritis, well into his really twilight years. But ladies and gentlemen, this is definitely a time to collect Francois Desmond. Now, having said that, I still am a huge believer we collect art that we love. Always, 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 always. Collect the things that move you, that when you see a particular piece, for some reason it touches you, because as we all know, and as I've certainly experienced, you're going to live with your art collection for a very, very long time. So when you look at something you love, don't let it go by, because you don't want to join the should have, would have club. I can't tell you how many clients I've spoken to over the years. You know what they talk about most? It's not what they own, it's what they let get away. I swear that's absolutely true. They can talk with pride about the pieces they have, but eventually the conversation subject always comes around to the 1 or 2 pieces that, for whatever reason, they didn't pull the trigger, they didn't bid high enough, whatever it was, and it bugs them for a very, very long time. So I just always call it the should have, would have club. You know, I should have done this. I would have done this if the situation was different. Because when you really love a piece, don't let it go. Leif, back to you.
Right on the head there. I mean, at the end of the day, Mitch and I agree on a lot of things, and I think that's really the number one reason to collect art is that visceral impact. It's that emotional impact that goes far deeper than the over-intellectualization of a work of art, because that maintains the reference of frame within the mind. Mind energy has only so much pull, but when it's visceral, when it's in the heart and it really gravitates, it's that kind of work, you know, Mitch, I know that's happened to you. If I walk into a museum, an art gallery, I might be strolling around and suddenly, boom, there's that one work, I go, wow, I just love that. And that's a split-second decision, because it is absolutely and totally visceral. So ladies and gentlemen, go with your gut. Collect what you love. Don't miss out, because I've also heard a lot about the coulda, shoulda, woulda club, especially when folks who can afford not to compromise, and they compromise. And at this price point, ladies and gentlemen, compared to our overall market, you are getting bottom pricing. That's the fact. That's the bottom line here. We've got a bid of 17. At 17 right now, but at 18. Look at 18 right now for the bid. You're bidding on the original Desmond. You're getting that Giclée as a gift, ladies and gentlemen. Together as a pairing, they look spectacular. Just the nuances of color and the whole entire landscape, the way that it infuses not only that deep tradition of au plein air painting, but also elements of fauvism. Technically, masterpieces, beautiful, and ladies and gentlemen, they certainly have that arresting quality and a commanding presence. 17 right now, but 18. That's 17 right now, but 18. Look at 18 right now for the bid at 17. at 1,700. At 17 right now, but 18. Look at 18 right now for the bid. At 17 right now, and what 18. Ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind that, by the way, that giclée that we're focusing on right now, I just love it. Oh my goodness, how beautiful is that, Mitch? I know you and I have been talking about this one specifically quite a bit, but understand that it's made using archival pigments that are printed on canvas. So what does that mean? Well, it's a substrate that provides the visual texture and also that surface warmth of an oil painting while delivering the color permanence of a museum-grade giclée production. And that's why you get these beautiful levels of hues and saturations that just meld beautifully together. Ladies and gentlemen, it is on sale. François Demont 17, that is going once. We are out of time. That is going twice. Third and final. That is so. Congratulations. Well done. Indeed. Well done. That was a really great price, Mitch. Let alone, if that was just a giclée selling at 1,700, you would have done well, because her works in Paris sell for far more than that. We are moving on. We are going to transport you back into the 21st century with one of the most outlandish, outspoken, provocative, and important artists of this new century and of this new millennium. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the undisputed master of street art. His name is Banksy. You probably heard about him. If you haven't, boy, are you in luck. Let's bring it to Mitch.
Boy, are you in luck. Let's bring it to Mitch.
Now that is absolutely true. Oh.
When I got back into art after a little detour into fashion for about 20 years, I went right back to my first love, and it stuck.
Harry Bunce, environmental protector or social commentator? Is his art cute? Maybe, but seldom completely cuddly. Inspired by local folklore and children's books, his cast of cool, unknowable, vaguely sinister, anthropomorphic animals rests deep in our consciousness. By reclaiming these icons and reinventing them, Harry's work breathes new life into old friends.
I've always had a very keen environmental view of things. My parents were all, if we dropped litter as kids, the worst possible thing we could have possibly done.
By combining street art, illustration, and screen printing, Bunce is able to make his delightfully dark characters into masterful fine art.
Harry Bunce.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this particular piece by Banksy is a very, very unique work, that's for sure. And this is something we kind of have to talk about there, because there's a lot that's going into this particular work, and there's definitely a lot when we're talking about Banksy himself. Now, the world of street art, I'm sure many of you have already kind of heard of it to some degree. I can't imagine anybody living in our Western society who's connected at all to information who hasn't actually heard in some way or another of the word Banksy or the artist. But street art as a whole is very, very unique and very, very unusual, because it's the first major movement ever in history where every single artist starts off as a criminal, every single one, because they're putting marks on buildings where they don't have permission to do so. That is what? Vandalism. When you do that, you can absolutely get arrested. One of the first artists to ever do that was Keith Haring in the late 1970s, early 1980s. He was the guy who would go down to the subways of New York City and draw these really funny drawings, very, very particular style that he had, on advertisement space that hadn't been sold. If the advertising space hadn't been sold, the city covered it with black parchment paper, and he'd go down there and draw away. Well, he got arrested a whole bunch of times, but by the time 4 or 5 years had passed, every person in New York knew who this artist was. Long story short, he finally got an exhibition at a gallery, sold out completely, and now those pieces are in the millions. So he was the first artist to kind of take this guerrilla tactic. Banksy came out of London in 2004. By 2008, now just let's put this into perspective. In 2004, you could have bought one of his Balloon Girl screen prints. So in addition, I believe it was 150, or it might have been 250, but you could have bought any one of them for about $450. Today, one of those pieces, just one, sells for about $500,000. Can you imagine that? Originals by Banksy are in the millions of dollars. He is, without question, currently the single most important living artist on the entire planet. There's nobody that can even touch him. I mean, he's an extraordinary story, that's for sure. Let's go ahead and show my screen. I'll share a few more stories with you. And then I'm going to tell you a little bit about this, because this is very cool as well. This just gives you an idea. Now, this is back in 2020, 13.9 million. His auction record isn't that. It's actually well over $30 million now. This one, again, $12 million, $8 million, 1.3 million. And right there, for those of you who are interested in learning about art, that is the Mona Lisa of street art. That is the single most important work of street artists in the world today. It's simply called The Balloon Girl. Another big one was The Flower Thrower. And this kind of gives you an idea of what Banksy's so good at, is this, this sense of humor and irony. This piece happens to be in Israel. And we have the Dove of Peace wearing a bulletproof jacket, carrying the olive branch, but he's also being spied by a sniper. So this is, the kind of way Banksy works. And here we have a gentleman looking for his wife's lover, and he happens to be hanging out of a window. This one happens to be my favorite, but I have to put it into context. There's an area in London called Shoreditch, and it's kind of like the street art capital of the planet. Lots and lots of street artists have their work there. Well, in Shoreditch, in the middle of the night, or I imagine it happened during the day, Banksy found this section of weeds growing up a crack in the wall. And in the middle of the night, he made this painting. So this is Banksy kind of comically saying what he thinks of all the art in Shoreditch. So he's kind of having a poking fun at all the other street artists. This is in my hometown in Park City, Utah, where he came here for the 2008 release of his film, Enter Through the Gift Shop. And in the middle of the night, nobody even knew he was in town. He snuck out and created this image. Within 2 weeks, the city had spent about $15,000 covering it with a really tough piece of kind of bulletproof glass. That's how we kind of know Banksy's work is so important. Let's go back to the work. Now, it's often stolen. This particular piece comes from, I think, one of Banksy's most absolutely ambitious projects. I still can't believe he did it. Let's go ahead and show my screen. When the war in Ukraine started, God bless those people. I swear I still can't believe some of the stuff that's going on around our planet. When it broke out, Banksy snuck into Kiev and different areas around Ukraine and created some of these works. And there's our guy right there. A bearded old man having a bath in a destroyed residential building has been discovered in the village of Orenka. Now, these pieces, I don't know what happened to them. Many of them were stolen right off the walls. But fortunately, they were all photographed first before that happened. And then here is another one. Let's see if I can get this to load for us real quick. Let's go. There we go. This is from CNN. And they're doing an entire article on these pieces. That one's a fun one. I like that one, the little kid. And this is definitely a metaphor for Ukraine throwing Russia. That is definitely a bit of a metaphor right there. And there's another one. And this one's without the tank stopper, that iron thing right there. Now, the piece that you are bidding on, here is the exact piece currently for sale for $10,000. Now, it's the exact piece. Now, why is that piece being offered at $10,000? Now, there's a good story behind that as well. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. These particular pieces were produced for a very, very specific exhibit. And let's see if I can find it real quick. And I'll let you see it. There we go. The National Horse Racing Museum. Let's go ahead and show my screen. The world premiere of The Seven, Banksy Under Siege exhibition. As I said, for as far as I know, all of the pieces have been destroyed. Actually, I take that back. I doubt they've been destroyed, but they have been taken. They've been stolen. I don't even know if any of these pieces actually exist. So the only evidence we have of these pieces are the photographs that were taken by professional photographers of each of the pieces. Let's go back to the work. Now, as I said, Banksy signed prints of any kind, I mean, all of them are over $100,000. Originals, as I said, are in the millions of dollars. So these particular pieces, one of the things that started not too long ago, I guess probably around, let's see if I can find you a couple, I'll give you a few examples. When we started having exhibitions at different museums all over the world. Well, when these exhibitions started, let's go ahead and show my screen. These ones are much smaller, by the way. In fact, they're about a quarter of the size. They're much, much smaller. But these are posters for museums. That's it. But they're all done on very thick wove paper. 4,800, 4,000, 3,900. And that's exactly what these are. Let's go ahead and go back to the work. So why are these pieces selling in the thousands? Well, it became very apparent that because these exhibitions only lasted a certain amount of time, usually less, anywhere from 3 months to 6 months, that these pieces in and of themselves have become extremely collectible, because once the exhibition is over, we never get to see them again. So that is, I guess you could say at this particular point, when it comes to Banksy, again, authentic type Banksy works, this is one of the few opportunities where we as mere mortals get a chance to own something like this. Now, I'll give you a good example. This is kind of neither here nor there, but it is interesting to note. Let's go ahead and show my screen. Now, this isn't Banksy at all. This is Matisse, but it's a poster. I mean, that's it. It's an exhibition poster from 1940. $7,400. And because only a few of these were printed, and after the exhibition was over, they were never printed again as a lithograph, they're really, really valuable. That's kind of the concept behind what it is that you're bidding on. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. And Leif, back to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mitch. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a large Banksy, and I mean, it's one of his more popular images, and thank you for that wonderful description, Mitch. Folks, I'm standing right next to it to give you an idea of its size and scale, and let's go ahead and take a look at that certificate of authenticity. Banksy, in the tub. In Ukrainian, it's called Horenka. It's an offset lithograph in color on thick wove paper. Now, folks, this is from the deluxe edition. It was executed for the Banksy Under Siege exhibition to benefit Ukraine at the National Horse Racing Museum in Suffolk, England in 2023. Extremely rare. Now, why would we have that designation as extremely rare? Because this was done for one event, and one event only, with a limited time frame and span. That is it, folks. So this is a historical work of art that was used for the official museum exhibition, and that places this among one of the more important bodies of work that are currently in circulation. Because, folks, you know, Banksy's secondary market, I got to tell you, it is among the most active of any living artist. And a deluxe edition of an exhibition context, it will attract global bidder interest across all major auction geographies. I mean, this is it. I can tell you, and I know Mitch can tell you this as well, that you know, having been in the art world, I have not come across an artist that has catapulted to stratospheric levels in such a short amount of time. Not only in terms of the pricing, I'm talking about his global influence. I'm talking about his global reach. Did you know that Banksy even has a hotel? It's called the Waldorf Hotel. It's a spin-off on the Waldorf Astoria, right? And it sits in the West Bank. And it gives people who go to that hotel the feeling and the ambience of what it's like to live in the West Bank. I mean, yes, controversial, yes, political, but Mitch, I don't know any other artist in today's world, especially with the calamity we face around our planet, that has such a perfectly carved out spot in the world. And that's one of the many reasons why he's gaining such critical attention. Let's go ahead and bring it over to Mitch.
So just a couple of things to look at. Let's load this and then we'll have a little bit of fun. I'll tell you something kind of as a fact. Let's go ahead and show my screen. Now, the one thing I'm not allowed to do, or they want me to try very hard, is if I'm showing a website an actual gallery. I'm trying very hard not to show you the name. It's easy to find. You can Google it. It's not hard to find, but just on a live TV show. So this is one of the smaller ones, and that's exactly what this is. You can see if you look in the left-hand corner, it's a date. And it ended May 2022. Now this is a smaller piece, but it's for sale for $5,000. Because just like that Matisse I showed you, after 2022, the piece was never created again. Now that is a little piece. The one that we are bidding on, let's see, where did you go? This guy, this is a much, much bigger piece. It's the same piece that you're bidding on. It's the identical piece. And that piece is currently for sale for $10,000. That is, again, one of the exact same pieces. Let's go ahead and go back to the work. Now, purely from an educational point of view, one of the funniest stories, I think one of the best stories, probably in, gosh, modern art history, let's go ahead and show my screen, is in 2018, this Banksy, it was an original screen print, so not part of the limited edition, an original screen print by Banksy that was being auctioned off, and he didn't want it to be auctioned off. He warned everybody, don't auction it. And he built in a shredder into the piece. And in live television, it shredded it, destroyed the work. And a woman paid $1.8 million for it. Let's go ahead and go back to the work. Now here's where the story gets even more fascinating. The auction house, let me show you real quick. Oh, where'd you go? The auction house obviously had to say to the woman, well, look, you don't have to pay for it. The successful bidder, $1.8 million, we're not going to make you pay. And the woman's very smartly said, oh no, I want it. I want it exactly as it is. Now that was in 2022, and she paid $1.8 million. Let's go ahead and show my screen. Guess what? Last year, in fact, I think it was 2024, so a couple years ago, the same exact piece sold for a staggering $25.4 million. That was one hell of an investment. That woman made $20 million plus simply by being smart and keeping that piece perfectly safe and sound and then reselling the piece. Incredible. One of my favorite Banksy stories. Leif, back to you.
Took the world by shock. I remember when that happened, Mitch. It was, I mean, what an extraordinary event. And can you imagine, Mitch, if that had been any other artist? I don't think they would have had that same acclaim, and especially when it was brought back to auction selling for $25 million for a damaged work. I mean, that's the power of Banksy. Folks, I'm reaching the end right now. Got a bid of 7. I'm going to give $750. Look at that, $750 right now for the bid at 7. 700 is the bid. At 7 right now, but it gone $750. Look at that, $750 right now. That is a Banksy you are bidding on, ladies and gentlemen. Pretty much one of the hottest commodities that are out there in the art market. And looking at a bid, ladies and gentlemen, at a bid right now at $750. And Budagi $750. Look at that, $750. I got 7. 700 is the bid. And Budagi $750. Folks, just given the size of it, I mean, look at the size of this. Understand, again, custom-made museum quality framing. This is all has to be done from scratch. It's not like we have a mold for this. This is pure labor, and it's a labor that is done beautifully. When I look at the frame, and I wish you could stand here to get my vantage point, it's perfect. I mean, it really is magnificent framing. So you're about the price of the framing. Look at the size of this, folks. You're getting a Banksy, a rare exhibition work that was exhibited only during this time. It's a very, very, very special work. At a bid of 7, and Budagi $750. Look at that, $750 right now for the bid. 700. Budagi $750. 7 right now, but upon $750. And Budagi $750. Look at that, $750 right now for the bid at $700. Ladies and gentlemen, we're at the price of the frame. Don't miss out on this. 7 right now, $750, and bid upon $750. That is going once. We are out of time, folks. That is going twice, and a third and final. It is sold. Congratulations. Well done. Well done indeed. We are very happy for you. I wish I could bid on it. I know I say that with a lot of works, but that's the problem when you love art as much as I do and as much as Mitch does. I know Mitch, when you see a lot of works, I'm pretty sure you wish you could bid on it as well. But anyway, folks, we are moving on, and of course we do have late bidders. Folks, we want to help you. Make sure you bid on time. I hate seeing folks losing out on their bids. Let's go ahead and bring it back In time right now, we are going to delve deeply into the Renaissance, and it is all about Michelangelo, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, this particular piece, Michelangelo, is coming up next. Okay, this is actually by Raphael. Now, this is one of the really cool things that I love about our show, that I really, really do. This is the first time ever since I've been a host where we're actually going to be seeing Raphael and Michelangelo back to back. And the story is very, very similar. So it's really kind of wonderful. We can kind of connect these particular dots. Now, this particular piece is indeed by Raphael, but not done by his hand. One of the things that I always like to be very, very clear about whenever I'm showing you a Raphael or a Michelangelo is making sure that you understand when it comes to the Renaissance artists, those four artists, Raphael, Michelangelo, Rubens, and Da Vinci, there are no prints of any kind made by the hand of any of those four artists. Does not exist. And the primary reason for that isn't that I'm sure Da Vinci, Michelangelo, I'm sure they would have been great engravers. The technique did not exist during their lifetime. In fact, during Raphael's lifetime, we were just barely getting into woodcuts, which was, of course, what Albrecht Dürer really brought to the table, if you will. Part of the German Renaissance movement is using blocks of wood in order to recreate different types of biblical art scenes. So what is it that you're looking at? Starting around the late 1500s into the early 1600s, we started seeing engraving make a mark in European art. By the time we got to the mid-1600s, there was some really fantastic engravers around. And of course, through those 2 centuries, different engravers, both Italian and English and some French, but mostly Italian and English, wound up really kind of rising to the top. One of the absolute greats was a man by the name of Giacomo Baffi, who is in different museums virtually all over the world. Now, he was a painter in his own right, but what he was really, really good at was engravings and etchings. This was something that he was just, as you can see, just from the quality of the piece. I know I'm the art historian and I'm the one giving you the information, but as we take a look at the detail of this work, it's incredible. So why was it done and where does it come from? That's something else we're going to get into in just a moment. But let's talk about Raphael first. First of all, he was one of the leading artists of the Renaissance movement, known for his Madonnas. He was born in 1483. He passed away in 1520. His father was a man by the name of Giovanni Sante, who was the painter for the Duke of Urbino. Now, if we really take a look at his career, Raphael's first teacher was his dad. His very first teacher. Now, in the year 1500, he began an apprenticeship with the great artist Perugino. He left that apprenticeship in 1504 and he moved to Florence. And this is where he, for the first time, encountered the works of Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo. And it was said that it had a profound effect on him just studying their work. He lived in Florence between 1504 and 1507. That's when he made the series of Madonnas that he's very, very well known for. However, in 1509 is when he moved to Rome, and between 1509 and about 1515, he completed his greatest achievement. And that was when the Pope himself commissioned Raphael to enter the Vatican and create the frescoes all throughout the Vatican, including the private residence of the Pope himself. And it eventually went on to be known quite simply as Raphael's Bible. Give me 1 second. Now, what is going on here? I have it looks like Wikipedia is not working terribly well. So let's see. I may have to just show you one, which is a shame, but that's just kind of, let's go ahead and show my screen. So this is just one of the rooms inside the Vatican. And I was going to show you, it looks like they might be usually there's a little arrow right here, but it looks like it is not functioning. Normally I was going to show you about 20 of them. But this is just one of the frescoes. And there were, again, dozens and dozens of them all throughout the Vatican. Now, frescoes are very, very, not only are they difficult to paint, but more importantly, they're really difficult to maintain. A fresco is painted directly onto stone. It's onto the stone walls that make up the Vatican. It's essentially cement. If you've ever seen cement that's being poured for a sidewalk, something along that lines, but imagine it much, much thinner, with the sand for the cement almost being like powder, extremely fine sand. And then once the wet sand is being mixed into a cup, the artist can add powdered pigment, mix it up, and essentially paint with it the same exact way he paints with, normally, but he paints directly on the stone. But as you could imagine, over time, the stone begins to weep, there's moisture, earth settling a little bit, the building begins to settle. Those frescoes can change. Now, the fresco that you're bidding on is really important, because when we think about, let's see if this is going to load for me, give me one moment. If we think about all the stories of the Bible, who was the single most important character of the Bible? Jesus Christ. So, unlike other stories of the Bible that only got one wall, the birth of Jesus got several. And it was part of a dome. So it's a section of a dome in the Vatican where there's a circle that's in the whole entire dome, painted by Raphael, is all about the birth of Jesus. So that is a photo of the original fresco. Now, if we look over to the far right, do you see the cracks? Throughout time, and if we look at this particular character, that first man, you can hardly see him any longer. That's how badly faded this particular fresco has become. And look at Mary. See how the paint is chipped directly off the stone? Now this comes directly to why the piece was created. Let's go ahead and go back to the work. So as I said, starting around the mid-1600s, we started to have really fantastic engravers. The popes, between about 1650 all the way to the late 1700s, this was one of the very last times this was done, would commission the greatest engravers of their time, so directly commissioned by the Pope, to come into the Vatican and recreate these different engravings of both Raphael and Michelangelo. And the primary reason was twofold. One, preservation. The Pope, thankfully, even in the early years in the mid-1600s, realized the importance of the works of Raphael and Michelangelo. And God forbid, what if there were an earthquake? What if there were a war? Some awful tragedy taking the work of these great masters. It was important that we immortalize them. And then the second was actually spreading the word of Catholicism and religion and Christianity itself. Because for many decades, centuries, all through the 15, 16, 17, 1800s, and even into the early 1900s, the vast population of Europe was illiterate. They didn't read. And of course, the Catholic Church had a very powerful motivation to wanting to make sure that everyone in Europe understood the stories of the Bible. What happens if you can't read? Well, stories are worth, pictures are worth 1,000 words. This was how they were able to illustrate the stories of the Bible to the people who could not read. Now, in a moment or two, when I come back, we're going to talk about the details of this particular etching, because man, is it a spectacular example of engraving. It is just, man, that is one of the finest engravings I think I've ever seen. And we're also going to discuss how incredibly rare these pieces are. In fact, guys in the booth, when we come back, we're going to be doing more of that. That's for sure. Leif, back to you.
Mitch, all I got to tell you is when you look at this up close, and I'm sure you're going to talk about this, but the degree of cross-hatching, which accentuates that chiaro scuro, not only the actual plate, but you're looking at the lines. It is amazing how meticulous and how precise this engraving was made. It just blows my mind. And you know what? I don't know anybody in today's world that can make an engraving like this. I've seen many contemporary artists try engraving. I've never seen something like this. Folks, let's take a look at that certificate of authenticity. Rafael Sanzio da Urbino, it's called The Birth of Christ. It's an engraving printed in black ink on laid paper after the original designs of Raphael. Now, folks, one of the reasons why the chiaroscuro effect of the cross-hatching is so stark is because this is a first printing. You're bidding on a first printing that was executed by Giacomo Boffi in Rome in the year 1790, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the condition of this work. And understand that, you know, to hold an original engraving after Raphael, cataloged by Barsh, produced in 1790, that's basically to hold a fragment, folks, of the Western art historical canon in physical form. This is not decoration, it is documentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, the birth of Christ after Raphael has been collected, has been cataloged, has been revered for centuries. And the scholarly infrastructure, I just got to tell you, that validates that as robust as any sector on the print market offers. Old master engravings after the high Renaissance masters appear very infrequently at general auction and consistently, ladies and gentlemen, surprise uninformed estimates when they do. A serious collection is incomplete. Mitch, I'm just going to go ahead and say this. I would say that a serious collection really is incomplete without a pedigree work from the Renaissance. This is the culmination of the last 500 years of historical importance on this planet. Folks, just to be next to this work is awe-inspiring, let alone have it in your collection. Let's bring it to Mitch.
So, ladies and gentlemen, one of the things that, as I promised, that we definitely want to talk about, when it comes to collecting these particular images, the pieces that feature Jesus Christ by Raphael are some of the absolute most incredible. Let's go ahead and show my screen. This is another one. This is called the Transfiguration. Now, this is a painting. This isn't a fresco that's also located inside the Vatican. But if we go here and take a look, we can see some of Raphael's most incredible works that specifically had to do with Jesus. He was obviously the most important part of those particular stories. Let's go ahead and go back to the work. Now, as an engraving goes, the number one question I get that every art collector is always going to ask is, how many are there? The honest answer is nobody can tell you. We have no idea. Because when this piece was created in 1790 and the pieces that were done between 1650 up until then, this was essentially poor people's art. This was what poor people could afford. And so the vast majority of them were never cared for at all. So very, very few ever actually made it to where we are right now, 2026, in perfect condition. So that all by itself is something really important to understand. Now, as we look at this piece, can you drop that graphic for just 1 minute where it says 400, just for a second? As you look at the close-up of this piece, I want you to look at the details of the face. Do you remember what I showed you a moment or two ago of the actual fresco? Now, in 2026, sadly, all those details are gone. They're gone. The fresco itself did not survive the way it was, we hoped it had. But we kind of knew that about frescoes, that they just don't survive very well. So in this particular piece, we get an incredible example of what it actually looked like. But we also see an incredible example of engraving, because what we're going to look for, and I often do this just to kind of give you an idea, we look for, again, all of this amazing cross-hatching in detail, incredible detail throughout the piece. Now, guys in the booth, I'm going to give you a little project. I want you to find the darkest spot on this particular piece. As I look at it, I'm kind of looking, maybe those two guys on the right. Do you see that fold right in his clothing? So the second guy from the right, do you see that fold in his clothing? Now, I'm looking at this intentionally. There's a reason. Do you see where, as we go down, how dark that ink is? Right there, right there. Okay, this, move the camera back up just a little bit. Move it up, and that's fine. And move it just to the left. There we go. Right there where we see that really dark ink. That's what we want, because it means the plate was in really, really good condition. So if you look at the cross-hatching of this man's clothes, in certain parts the cross-hatching is loose and we see the white coming through. In certain parts the cross-hatching is very, very tight and we don't see any white, hardly any coming through at all. That means the piece was inked early. We want the plate to be in good condition. Let's go ahead and show my screen. Now I'm going to show you an example of that. There's two things I want to talk about this etching. Now this etching is by Rembrandt, not by Raphael. This is a Rembrandt. Now the piece on the left is exactly what I'm referring to. It was an early inking while the plate was in good shape. Remember, plates are copper. So you ever seen a penny that's been rubbed almost completely raw, an old penny? That happens to copper plates as well as the printing goes on for the next probably 10, 15, maybe even 20 years. So by the time we get to the end of the plate's life, it looks like the one on the right. Now the piece on the left is dramatically more valuable. I'm talking 6 figures more valuable than the piece on the right. And they come from the exact same plate. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. Now the second thing I want you to notice, that I'm also going to make a comparison to Rembrandt. One of the things that Rembrandt was really very good at, in fact I'd be willing to bet, just absolutely bet, that this particular artist, because you remember it was done in 1790, right? Rembrandt was around and famous during the mid-1600s, so a whole century and plus years later. What Rembrandt taught engravers and etchers, that they could do something very special. Let's go and show my screen one more time. This is also a piece by Rembrandt. It's an etching. It's called Descent from the Cross. And what Rembrandt focused on in his etchings and engravings was something called chiaroscuro. It's an Italian term that means the dramatic difference between darkness and light. Now remember, this is a copper plate, black ink, and a needle. That's it. But look at the light coming down on Jesus as he comes off the cross. Let's go back to the piece, and I want you to look at the face of Jesus, just from right where we are. Look how with that same exact technique, he's illuminated the child so beautifully. Leif, back to you.
Excellent description, Mitch. Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to works of this provenance, this caliber, and historical importance, there are certain condition parameters that we need to consider when valuing works of art like this. Because first of all, we know it's from 1790. Number one, when we're looking at the impression, you want to look at the quality of the impression itself. So in other words, you want that crisp Buren line. You don't want any over cleaning. And as this is the first printing, it is remarkably sharp. Number two, you want to make sure that the margins are trimmed to the image versus the plate mark. And that matters a lot. Three, we want to look at the overall condition. So we want to see if there's any repairs, is there any skinning, if there's any staining or foxing or thinning. And close to visual inspection, I was not able to find any of those, Mitch. And lastly, it is the state and reference consistency. So when we're looking at this work, from every single condition parameter that I just covered, ladies and gentlemen, you're pretty much looking at a grade A engraving. I mean, this is seriously in perfect condition. I have seen many antique engravings in my lifetime. And folks, this is one of the sharpest, one of the most detailed, and one of the most precisely elaborate works that I have seen. This is magnificent. We're at a bid of 5. At 5 right now, I'm going to give 550. Look at a 550 right now for the bid of 5. 500 is the bid. 500 is the bid on the 1790 Raphael. Ladies and gentlemen, we're out of time. That is going once. That is going twice. Third and final sold. Congratulations, well done indeed on that magnificent work by Raphael. And you know, Mitch, I jumped the gun there very quickly because I thought we were going to bring up the Michelangelo and not the Raphael. So I misspoke, my apologies. But now I can finally say Michelangelo. Absolutely love what we're going to be bringing up here. It's 2 men and a child, and it is from the studies of the Sistine Chapel. This is a magnificent work. I believe we have a video, correct, Tony? If I say so. All right, I believe we do. If we don't, yes, we do. We do have a video coming up. After the video, we're going to go straight to Mitch.
Every line, every curve, every color, every breath held and every breath released. Art is created. Every moment spent in Berlin, creating this style. Every moment spent in Shanghai, mastering this style. Every moment of doubt, every moment of joy. Hours painting, years of creating. Harmony, peace, tranquility. With every collaboration, with every exhibition, his name grows.
Sold! California!
Sold at
$41,000. Sold at 63.
With every hammer drop and every piece sold, now is the time for Cal.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this particular piece, there's a lot of very special qualities about this. The first thing that catches my mind, my eye was where it says Barch, XV, and I'm going to explain that in just a moment or two. What's really special about this work from an artistic collecting point of view is the year. Done between 1550 and 1540. This actually represents the time period before etching really became a mainstay, etching and engraving. Keep in mind that Rembrandt was working a full century later, and the artist Nicholas Chaperon didn't get a chance to go inside the Vatican Museum until, what was it, 1649. So that was a full century later. Now this particular piece comes from a very particular section. Now give me just one moment. Of course, Michelangelo, let's talk about Michelangelo first. Michelangelo was born in 1475 and he passed away in 1564. Now, of course, what he was known for, what most people aren't aware of, is that he was a sculptor. Michelangelo definitely saw himself as a sculptor first before anything else. But before he would create any of his sculptures, that's why this particular piece, it actually almost looks like a sculpture, doesn't it? Before he would do that, he would always create studies before he would make any sculpture at all. And so people saw not only was he a great sculptor, but he was also a great artist as well. Give me one second. I'm looking something up real quick. There we go. Fresco. Okay. So what essentially happened is the Pope himself, and the word basically gave him an offer that he couldn't refuse. So it was kind of like, look, you are going to paint this or else. Now, the one thing about Michelangelo when he created the images of the Sistine Chapel is that he was very, very big, not only into studies, creating studies of the images, but also the Sistine Chapel itself has a whole bunch of small little sections in the corner. When we think of the Sistine Chapel, give me one second and I'll open this so we can see, because this particular piece does come from that section. There we go. All right, let's go ahead and show my screen real quick. This is an image of the Sistine Chapel, and this is what we're all used to seeing. But look in the little corners, and even below those corners, what we have are, let's see, let me go back to here, these little guys. Throughout the entire chapel, there's these smaller images that are tucked into each of the corners. Now, sometimes I can find the characters, and sometimes they're difficult to find. So I'm showing you some examples, and I'll keep looking for this one. But that is exactly what this started as. It started off as a study, and that's why sometimes, let's go back to the piece. What you're looking at is basically an etching of the study itself before the painting took place. Because one of the things that, in fact, I'll show you that as well, just so you can see it. For the Sistine Chapel. There we go. And this is something that most people just aren't aware of. Let's go and show my screen one more time. These are actual drawings. So here, in the Metropolitan Museum of Art, is the study for her. Let's get rid of that. Where did she go? Right there. So again, there's the study, and there's the painting. So for every, let's go back to the piece. So for every single piece, for every single one, Michelangelo made a study. So what you're looking at very likely is not an actual drawing of the original fresco. You're more likely looking at a drawing of the study, or I should say an engraving done of the study of this particular character that was going to be included, and that is included in the Sistine Chapel itself. This particular piece is simply called Two Men and a Child. As I said, it was executed between 1540 and 1550, which represents the very, very earliest years. The very, very earliest years of engraving. And what is truly, truly exciting about this, and I was saving this for last, there are two things to note. This is the only time that I'm aware of. This is it, this collection. And this collection is in multiple museums all over the world. As I said, I wasn't able to find this exact one, but I was able to find, let's go ahead and show my screen. This is in the Metropolitan Museum of Art. And it's exactly what you're bidding on. And if we look, when we look at the artist, the actual engraver was a man by the name of Giorgio Gissi. Right there. And if we click on it, these are images that are owned by the Metropolitan Museum of Art that are engravings from the same time period by Giorgio Gissi. So again, there's a real heritage here. But the part that really gets my attention, that really truly does, let's go back to the work, is the birth and death of Michelangelo. He was born in 1475. He passed in 1564. This piece was done between 1540 and 1550. So what does that mean? That there is an incredibly strong and overwhelming likelihood that Michelangelo saw this piece with his own eyes. Now, I can't say that about any other of the Renaissance artists. Again, most etchings and engravings that we see didn't start until about the mid-1600s. That's when we see Nicholas Chaperon come into the picture and other great engravers of that time period. In 1540 to 1550, this particular artist, again, the actual artist, Giorgio Gissi, was one of the real pioneers of this particular art form. Now, one of the questions that we get a lot, and it's a really good one, is why don't these artists do them themselves? And the way I always explain it is I've been playing the piano my entire life, but I can't play a note on the violin, but we're both considered musicians, right? A pianist and a violinist, they're both musicians, but their craft is so different, I'm sure I couldn't even begin to play it. Same thing applies here. Etching and engraving requires an extremely disciplined approach because the only tools you get are a tiny little needle, a copper plate, and black ink. That's it. Now, the same thing applies to exactly what Leif was talking about a moment or two ago. This particular piece has survived centuries. Centuries. And notice at this close-up, it has been protected. There is no staining. There's no discoloration of any kind. It is in absolutely perfect condition. And this is without question an extraordinary museum caliber piece, without question. Leif, back to you.
And I concur 100%, Mitch. I mean, this is totally belongs in a museum. And it blows my mind that we still have works like this available, because I know for a fact museums collect these and have this in their permanent collection. Ladies and gentlemen, why wouldn't they? I mean, the few humans who have walked this earth have had the historical importance of an artist like what you're looking at. Ladies and gentlemen, Michelangelo Buonarroti. Let's take a look at that certificate of authenticity. The title of the work is Two Men and a Child, and it's from the series of studies from the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. Folks, it doesn't get much better than that. Now, this is where it's important, because there's a double catalog reference in Barsh and Bellini, and it's an original engraving printed in black ink on fine laid paper. Now, it's executed by Adamo Scultori from the design of Michelangelo, signed on the plate by the engraver. Now, this is where it's really important, because you're bidding on the first state, and it's the first printing. Incredible. Conceived between 1508 and 1512 by Michelangelo for the design of the Sistine Chapel ceiling in Rome. Folks, the plate was executed by Adamo Scultori between the year 1540 and the year 1550. Think about how old this is, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, it's just remarkable. And on top of that, this is a double catalog reference, first state, first printing. Mitch, this is incredible. And when you're talking about Barsh, the catalog, that refers to Adam von Barsh. And that is pretty much the definitive old master print catalog, ladies and gentlemen. And the Barsh number, understand that it is the universal authentication reference standard for pre-19th century European prints. So not only is it in the gold standard of authenticity, which is the Barsh catalog, which this work is, but it's also in the Bellini catalog. I mean, folks, this is a heavily referenced first state, first printing in very good condition. Mitch, back to you.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, in fact, Leif was just talking about exactly what I was wanting to refer to. When we look at any Rembrandt, guess what every single plate has? A Barch number. A Barch number, every single one of them. Now, when I first started studying Rembrandts, my gosh, that was 30 some odd years ago, I didn't know that Adam Barch also cataloged other major artists of the time. So the fact that this particular piece, and again, 1540 to 1550 is right about correct. In fact, let's see, is found print history. There we go. Let's go ahead and show my screen. This is just a brief history. This is Adam Barch right here. Was an Austrian scholar and artist. His catalog of old master prints, in fact, look at this. His catalog of old master prints, La Printre Gravure, is the foundation of print history. And that is absolutely true. Let's go back to the piece. And it's basically, it has to do with, our certificate of authenticity is important, obviously. Our certificate's very important. But I will tell you right now, the single most important words on that certificate are Barch, let's see, that would be 15426.74. The fact that this comes with a catalog reference from Adam Barch is absolutely spectacular. Now, one of the things I was just doing is I was looking through the collection of the Metropolitan Museum of Art and all the works they have by Giorgio Ghisi. Let's go and show my screen one more time, because this is exactly what we're referring to. You know what's really cool about this is you can see it's 3 separate images. 3 separate images. Why would a museum, again, one of the 10 most important museums in the world, have 10 or 3? Let's see if there's more. Let's see. That's her. No. It looks like 3. Okay, so 3. Why would one of the most important museums on the planet have 3 of the exact same piece? That gives you an idea of how important this particular era was, this time period, the works that were actually engraved, and you can see it. It's the same thing. Giorgio Ghisi after Michelangelo, and it talks about the publisher. And this is exactly what we're talking about. Here's, again, 2 of them right here. And if you look carefully, you can see there are slight differences based upon how much ink was in the plate. But all of these pieces, I mean, and look at this collection that they have. It is truly massive. So there's roughly, what, 20 pieces per page, and there's 4 pages that I can see. This, again, this is the collection of the Metropolitan Museum of Art. So I hope this puts it into perspective exactly how important Giorgio Gissi is. That his prints were collected, 148 pieces to be specific, owned by the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. So ladies and gentlemen, this particular piece goes well beyond art. In fact, quite honestly, whenever I see a piece like this, I don't really refer to it as art collecting. I refer to this as collecting history, because it is. This is something that you're not going to find in a mainstream gallery in New York City, that's for sure. In fact, and I already checked, I always check, I can't find one of these for sale anywhere on the planet. Because you can Google it, I can't find a single piece. And this particular piece is even difficult to find in museums. And that goes back to telling us what we talked about earlier. We know that very few of these survived at all. Very few. That's why museums make a note of collecting it. Now, I am certain there are museums around the world that actually have this piece. But in the research that I was doing today, I was struggling to find it, which is a genuinely really good thing. That means this particular piece is one of the rarest ones. Now, here's the fun part, or I should at least say the interesting part. All of these pieces that I'm showing you from the Metropolitan Museum of Art, they were all printed about the same time period, roughly in about the same 15 years or so, 15 to 20 years. Now, I don't know how many were printed. As I said, nobody knows. Nobody on earth can tell you that. The more important question is how many survived. Now, in one suite, it might be, I don't know, 300. In another suite, it might be 50. In another suite, it might be 1,000. Because the bottom line is, nobody knows how many were actually destroyed over this time period. And remember, it only takes one slip of a glass of wine. That's it. It doesn't take something monumental like a fire or a flood, although those things I'm certain took many of these pieces. It could be something as simple as folding it. Did you know that if you fold paper in half, you're done? That's it. It's kind of ironic. Restoration specialists can restore canvas way easier than they can restore paper. Restoring paper is next to impossible. And if a piece has been creased, you can steam it all you want, and it is next to impossible to get that crease out. So my point is, imagine how many pieces like this made it from 1550 without the slightest accident. Now, the second thing that I'll point out, and again, I can't help myself, I'm a bit of a tech geek when it comes to this type of work, is look at the man's left shoulder. Do you see how the ink is so saturated, we don't see any white coming through? Now, that's what we want. Now, if we look at that very carefully, it's super tight. But look at, can you move that graphic again just 1 second, just for a moment? One of the markings of this great artist, look at the two faces of the opposite characters. See how he's done the cross-hatching in such a way that their face is almost in the gray? The tone itself, the tonality is almost gray, especially the man on the right. The man on the right, we can really see it. Whereas the character, the main character, the one looking out at us, he's done that chiaroscuro technique beautifully. It's really that vibrant white. Now, the purpose of this, can anybody tell me? Contrast. It's the contrast between the main character and the other two that we are meant to notice. But from a technical point of view, like right there, we see how saturated that ink is. That means that this particular piece was printed, again, early on, while the plate was still in good condition, and the ink was very heavily saturated. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to collect something of real note, of something truly spectacular, this is this is absolutely that opportunity. This is, without question, a museum caliber piece. That is the company that you'll be keeping. Leif, back to you.
The only difference, Mitch, is you're not going to have to pay to look at it every time as you would in a museum. And keep in mind, folks, that the 1540s, they represent Michelangelo's later, what they call the Roman period. So that was the decade of his Last Judgment's completion and the full architectural authority over St. Peter's Basilica. So I got to tell you that works produced, or let's say derived in this decade, they carry maximum art historical weight. And this work, we know as Two Men and a Child, that reflects, by the way, Michelangelo's supreme mastery of the human form. That's what he was really known for. Look at the musculature, the weight, the psychological tension that exists between the figures that defines his entire legacy across every, and I mean every medium that he worked on. So ladies and gentlemen, this is an absolute gem. We are at only, I think there must be a typo, is that only $1,900 for this? Wow. First state, first printing. It's in the Barsch catalog and the Bellini. Dual referenced, excellent condition, Michelangelo. Ladies and gentlemen, enough said. That is really remarkable. 19 with a key 2. At 19 right now, but upon that 2, look at that 2,000 right now for the bid. Ladies and gentlemen, we're running out of time. This is the last call on this Michelangelo, and it is on sale. You know, Mitch, the word Michelangelo and sale should never be in the same sentence, but right now it is. At 19 right now, but a key 2, look at that 2 right now for the bid. 19 but upon that 2. At 19 right now, but a key 2, look at that 2,000 right now for the 1540 work. This is spectacular. Dual reference. Folks, this is a museum piece. Mitch is absolutely right. And when you go to a lot of these museums in Europe, for example, I remember when I was in Florence, besides seeing the magnificent Uffizi, for example, which is a treasure trove of Renaissance masters, there are other smaller museums that specialize in printmaking as well. And that's what you're going to find, even large museums. The British Museum has a massive section on Michelangelo graphic media. So this is an exceptional opportunity that is not found in everyday auctions. We're out of time, though. 19 is once, it is twice, third and final opportunity. So congratulations. Well done indeed. All right, folks, we are going to be moving on now. And I love how eclectic we are in terms of the works of art we show. And speaking of eclectic, we're moving on to something entirely different right now. And it is a master. He is a master of photorealism. Mitch is very familiar with the works of Nobu, and I know he has a wealth of knowledge on this artist. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, Nobu Haihara, over to Mitch.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we're jumping into completely different territory. In fact, talk about artistic whiplash. To go from Michelangelo, a piece created in the 1500s, now we're jumping up right into our modern time period. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when I talk about Nobu Haihara, the first thing I'm going to tell you just right off the bat, he is widely regarded as one of the finest hyperrealists in the world. There's very, very few people, very few artists ever that have been able to achieve what he was able to achieve as an artist. But his story is kind of an interesting one, that's for sure. So let's go back and kind of talk about that for a moment or two. First of all, he was born in Japan, and he does have dual citizenship, Japanese and U.S. citizenship. He was born in Japan in 1959. When he was very young, he was this kid who just drew on anything that wasn't nailed down. His mother used to, he used to drive his mom nuts because she had to keep a really close eye on him because he would just draw on anything. Now, his mother was also quite artsy. And so they kind of had this running in the family. He did study fine art, and he achieved his bachelor's degree in 1986, and that's when he emigrated to the U.S. He landed in Southern California, and within 2 weeks, he had a gallery in Venice, California, which at the time was a really big art kind of hub, if you will, almost like Sausalito in San Francisco. And over the next, 15, 20, 30 years, he did incredibly well. I auctioned off quite a few of his pieces in the early 2000s. That's when I met him in 2003. His paintings are pretty darn expensive even then. The small ones were selling for about $6,000, $7,000. The big ones were all the way up to about $25,000, $30,000. When you watch him paint, and I was really lucky enough to get a chance to watch him at work, it's almost unbelievable, because he uses those surgeon's goggles, you know, the magnifiers, if you will. He paints with what's called a #1 brush, which is essentially like plucking out 2 or 3 of your eyelashes and creating paintings with it. What's so astounding to see is how slowly he moves. Now, watching him do a painting demonstration is tough for anyone. It really is. It's difficult for the viewer, because he finds himself in this zone. He might spend, for example, 3 hours just painting the olive, or just painting that strawberry, just one small part. It takes a couple weeks for him to create a small painting, and up to a month for him to create a large one. Now, his style people absolutely love. Now, I'll tell you right off the bat, he's known for 2 different styles. One is what you're looking at. I call them romance pieces or date pieces. And it's where you get the implication that someone is out on a date. And you've got the 2 drinks, and you've got this type of a setup. Sometimes it's wine, sometimes it's champagne. And the other ones that he does are what I call guy pieces. They tend to be about poker, and having the Patron tequila, or they tend to be about golf. And they're almost always the kind of thing you would imagine in an athlete's home. Now, which leads us to the next part that makes perfect sense. He's in the personal private collections of President George W. Bush, the owner of the Lakers, Jerry Buss, the Hall of Famers, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Jerry West, Jamal Wilkes, as well as the late Chick Hearn. He has also been collected by Mao Dachi, one of Japanese leading musical stars. And you may, if you look at this work and you think, gosh, this looks familiar, but I'm not quite sure where I saw it. If you were a fan of Ally McBeal in Third Rock from the Sun, his work was featured there as well. Now, here's where the interesting part comes. Over the last, I should say not over, let's start in the late, again, when he arrived in the U.S. 1986, between the 90s and all through the whole of the early 2000s, from about 2000 to about 2010, 2015, he did something that's very, very tough to do. He built a collectorship that's so vast and so powerful, he no longer needed galleries. So he moved back to Japan. And he has a life of semi-retirement that I think any artist would envy. He no longer works with galleries at all. You will not find an original Nobu Hayahara anywhere. And his prints are even getting tougher and tougher to find. And he basically just works with his clientele who reach out to him privately, and he sells his paintings from his home. And as I said, it's a wonderful thing. Most artists never achieve that. Let's go ahead and show my screen. So here's what Nobu looks like. That's Nobu Hayahara. Now, this photo was taken some time ago, almost 30 years ago. And that gives you an idea of the date pieces. That's one of the golf pieces and one of the poker pieces. Now, I want you to take a look at something when you see these pieces. What would it take to paint perfectly the Queen of Hearts? Imagine how long that would take just to do that one thing, to paint a perfect Queen of Hearts. What about the back of those cards? How detailed and specific must your mind work? This is another one that caught my attention. The $100 bills. That's a painting. How do you do that? I mean, really, how do you do that? How do you paint a perfect $100 bill? The reflection of the brandy through the glass on the Queen of Diamonds. And here is, that's him and myself. My gosh, that is a long time ago. That's before I had any gray. That was at the 2003 New York Art Expo. That was the first time I met him. So that was kind of a big deal. This is another one that always grabs my attention, because not only is work about detail, it's about texture. Look at the texture of the denim, the leather of the boots, the wood table and the grain, the felt of the cowboy hat, and that perfect Jack Daniels label. How do you paint that? To me, it just seems virtually, utterly impossible. Yet that is exactly what he is able to do. Now this is one of his pieces that's available for sale, and it is a print, just like what you're bidding on. You're bidding on an edition of 195. I have a couple others that I'll show you in a moment or two, but I always take screenshots when I can. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. This particular piece is simply entitled Strawberries for Lunch. It is an edition of 195. I honestly think it would make an absolutely spectacular anniversary gift if someone out there happens to be having an anniversary coming up. It's got a beautiful frame that I can tell you right now, our current bid's $150, which basically means the art is free because that frame, just the frame alone, I'm certain would cost more than $150. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, one of the very top hyper realists on earth today, and someone whose art is getting harder and harder to find. That is for sure. Leif, back to you.
Mitch, and you know, absolutely for an anniversary. I think it's just a call for celebration in general, and I think with your wonderful description, people are not only going to be able to appreciate what Nobuo Haihara does, but there's one element of his discipline that I find very confounding, and that is the fact of how he's able to hold so still a small, thin paintbrush to add the minutia and the meticulous detail that he is so resoundingly good at doing. Folks, let's take a look at that certificate of authenticity. Nobuo Haihara, it is Strawberries for Lunch. It's a giclée in archival pigments on canvas. It's signed and numbered by the artist on the lower right. And just like Mitch, I have been dealing with Haihara's works for a couple decades right now. And it always astounds me, Mitch, and I'm sure this has happened to you as well. I've actually had clients who swore that it's a photograph, who would not believe that it is hand-painted. I've had a number of those clients. But doesn't that tell you something of how good he really is? And I think the discussion you had on that dollar bill, Mitch, I'm just glad that he doesn't work for the U.S. Treasury. That's all I can tell you. But folks, we're at a bid of 200. Let's go ahead and bring it back to Mitch. Mitch?
So just to share a couple other things with you, let's go ahead and show my screen. This particular website, as you can see, it's a major art brokerage website. It's, again, any of you can find it. It's not hard to find. That's Nobuo Haihara, and it goes through his biography. Talks about him as a child, kind of what we already went through. There's only a total of 8 listings, and they're all limited editions. Now, if we go down to the bottom, take a look. It's what I was talking about. Art wanted. Now that's something galleries don't normally do. They don't hardly ever publish art that they're looking for. Wanted early oils on canvas, and limited edition prints. Now let's take a look. These are the ones that recently sold. And here's one at $1,700. I'm just kind of click on it. And it is just like yours, it is an edition of 195. So that is a limited edition print, and it does not come framed. It comes rolled in the tube. Rolled in the tube. Does not come framed. Let's go take a look and see what else. And again, this is one of the few places I can even find his pieces for sale. Here's one for $1,900. It's an edition of 150. And again, rolled in tube. That piece does not come with a frame. And that is, now again, this is exactly what you're bidding on. It is a giclée on canvas right there. That is a giclée on canvas. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. I remember when he was being asked at one of his interviews, because that was one of the things we used to do that was quite fun with along at these massive auctions that we were conducting back then. Along with the painting demonstration, we would also have question and answer, and people would talk with him. And one of the questions that was asked is, how was he able to maintain such focus? He said that he realized he had a gift that most people just didn't, because most people, including myself, would not have the patience. There's just no way. But he said for him it's like a meditation. He kind of has a routine when he's in his studio. He turns on classical music. He puts on, as I said, those magnifiers. And he said that once he starts to paint, he enters this almost a meditative state, a meditative zone, where everything slows down. He said the key part to his success as a painter, as an artist, it's not just the ability to create these hyper-realistic pieces. It's the ability to be incredibly patient. Because unlike artists like Peter Max and Jackson Pollock, who move at 100, or oh my gosh, Shane Goudreau, who move at 100 miles an hour, Nobu Haihara is the exact opposite. He is, without question, the slowest snail of an artist that there ever is. His technique, as I said, that strawberry, the painting of that strawberry, just the strawberry, I'm sure would take several hours when he was creating paintings. And as I mentioned, paintings are just not available anymore. You can do your own research. By all means, grab your computer and have a look around. But you'll also have a tough time finding these prints because he hasn't produced any new limited editions in, gosh, it's been about 7 years now, 7, 8 years. I know he's kind of entered his retirement, that's for sure. He only takes on private clients, one at a time, commissions, things of this nature. So he's just, and God bless him, he's worked hard for it. I'm sure he is absolutely enjoying the quiet life of an artist in Japan. But these particular pieces, because he's not making any more, little by little, they're just going to disappear. That's why his prints, even his limited editions, without a frame, they can command $2,000. The big ones can command $2,400. As I said, a painting this size, if it were an actual original painting, you'd be looking at close to $5,000 or $6,000. But as I said, you can't find one anyway. This would be an excellent gift. This is the perfect piece for an anniversary. What will amaze you is when you get the piece home, is take a close look at it. Just take a close look at it and realize, and by the way, a giclée, we should talk about this very quickly. A giclée is the most perfect form of recreating a painting that's ever been created. There's nothing that even compares. A single dot from a giclée is the size of a human red blood cell. It is an unbelievable way of recreating a painting into a print. But because a giclée cannot show texture, the neat part is if you put this particular piece up next to the original, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. That's how perfect it is. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Leif, back to you.
Excellent. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, understand, yes, we are talking about the giclée, and the distinction between archival pigments on canvas, okay, and archival pigments on paper, it's not merely aesthetic, that's structural. Why? Because as this is on canvas, it provides a micro-textured surface that interacts with light. In the same way a painted surface does, creating that, let's call it the warm dimensional optical presence, which makes Haihara's botanical work so compelling in person. I like to call it botanical work because you do have elements of botany there, but even though it is a celebration, of course, of martini and champagne. But ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the day, what's interesting is that, and Mitch is absolutely right, this is such a celebratory work, and I do believe that the accents and nuance of the pink just makes it so much lighter. A magnificent work at $250 right now, but upon at $275. At $250 right now, but at $275. Look at that, $275 for the bid. At a bid at $250. Ladies and gentlemen, you're at the price of the frame. We're looking at a counter bid of $275 right now on the Nobu Haihara. $250 would give $275, but upon at $275 right now for the bid. At $250 right now, but upon at $275. Ladies and gentlemen, canvas-mounted, hand-signed giclée by Haihara. This is formidable. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, that combination, I would say, of Japanese artistic heritage with that Western subject matter, it gives his work this unusually broad international collectible appeal. And I believe that it enables secondary market placement across multiple geographies. This is the kind of work that's accessible. It's not a work of surrealism. It's not a work of fauvism. It is a work that it is immediately distinguishable. It is immediately a work that you can appreciate and enjoy. And that is just the pure bliss of Haihara and his ability to create such remarkable photorealism. At a bid of 250 right now, we're going to get 275. At 250 right now, I'm going to get 275. Look at that, 275 for the bid. At 250, bid upon 275. Ladies and gentlemen, we're coming to the time. We are at only 250 bucks. And I'm going to get 275. Look at that, 275 right now for the bid. Ladies and gentlemen, a good bid at 250. At 250 right now, but upon 275. I guess we got another minute left, so what I'm going to go ahead and do is just give it back to Mitch for 1 minute. Any final comments on this stunning work by Haihara? Mitch, back to you.
Mitch, back to you.
Well, as I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, with this particular piece of art with Nobu, you're getting the finest in photorealism that there is. I don't think there is anybody that's done it better. Certainly nobody that I've met in the last 30 years. As I said, when you look at these pieces up close, so much of it becomes impossible because it's not just about colors. That's the part that genuinely amazes me about Nobu. We were talking about this a moment or two ago. For example, the texture of a strawberry, a napkin, the texture of a glass versus the ceramic pot in the background, the chrome of the champagne bucket. How do you do that as an artist? How do you, because it's not just about color any longer. Now you're differentiating texture as well. Absolutely incredible. Leif, back to you.
And a bit of 250, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to sell it. That is going once. That is going twice. Third and final sold. Congratulations, well done indeed. That was an exceptional price point. Well done, folks. We are moving on right now to a name that has pretty much become a household name. Oh, look at that. We do have late bidders. Folks, this is a household name. He is, and I just got to tell you, he's now, I'm talking about Andy Warhol here. He's reached a record. The most expensive painting ever sold by an American artist is the Marilyn by Warhol, which was acquired, I believe it was only about 4 or 5 years ago, Mitch, if I'm not mistaken. But let's bring it over to Mitch with Marilyn by Warhol.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we're going to get really serious. This is, wow, out of all the pieces tonight, this one should be really on the top of your collector's list. And we're going to get into real detail in a moment about this particular piece. First of all, it represents the highest record ever sold at auction by an American artist. And that is this specific stencil. Let's go ahead and show my screen. Now, as you look at this particular piece, you'll see that the colors are different, and they are. That's absolutely true. But the stencil is the same. The piece sold for a staggering $195 million in 2022. But here's the part that's amazing. This is the part, I swear, this is the part that it blows me away. It's the same stencil. It's the same stencil as the one that you're actually bidding on. The difference is Andy used this particular stencil as a one-of-a-kind color structure. So this piece that sold for $195 million, same stencil, different color combo, all done by hand originally rather than an actual limited edition. So let's go back to the beginning. First of all, Andy Warhol is easily the most famous of all the pop artists. Prior to Banksy coming along into the scene, we didn't think anyone could ever top Andy Warhol. And truthfully, even with Banksy's reputation, I don't think he's going to. Because when we look at what Warhol's, I mean, I don't know, I shouldn't say that. The art world's such a strange one. Things can happen that you don't actually expect. But Andy has several pieces, 2 if I'm not mistaken, that are already in the $100 million mark. But his story is what's kind of fascinating all by itself. And that is that he started as just this kind of, I guess you could say, this young kid coming out of Pittsburgh that just wanted to make a name for himself. And that's not a terribly easy thing to do in the art world, that's for sure. Now he arrives in New York City, and there's so much that's already been going on before him. Now keep that in mind. When Andy Warhol arrives in New York, he was kind of at the very tail end of abstract expressionism, so Jackson Pollock. Prior to him coming along, in pop art in general, the biggest movement that came along first was, of course, the abstract expressionism movement. Now, Andy, realizing there's no way on earth that I can diffuse art even further, was really struggling to kind of look for a concept for himself. And what he came up with was focusing on the reason pop art is called pop art is pop culture. So all of the things that we as Americans either use every day, like simple things like maybe the things we eat for lunch, Campbell's soup, or the things that we consume as Americans, such as entertainment, like Mighty Mouse and Mickey Mouse and Superman, and of course the things that we admire, such as celebrity, Marilyn Monroe, Jackie Onassis, Elizabeth Taylor, luxury goods like Chanel No. 5. All of these things became kind of his main subject matter. Now, as you can imagine, when Andy first came into the scene, art critics weren't too impressed, especially when they saw the Campbell soup can pieces. You know, that just, come on, that just didn't do it for them. And of course, you want to hear a funny story, by the way, completely funny. The actor Dennis Hopper bought one of Andy's first original Campbell soup cans for $250. The piece is now worth several $1 million. So that was a pretty darn good investment. So let's show my screen real quick, and I'm going to introduce you to him a little bit more. So here's some of the work of Andy Warhol. And there's the piece that sold once again for $195 million. And by the way, that has to do with the value of the piece you're bidding on, because it is now the single most collectible thing in the Andy Warhol catalog. There is nothing more collectible than the Marilyn Monroes. Now, prior to that, in 2013, he did hit the silver car crash, and that won $105 million. And now slipping into third place, the triple Elvis, which sold at auction for almost $82 million. Now here he is creating screen prints, stencils. This is what the piece you're purchasing was created. Again, same exact thing, was a series of stencils. But now the plot thickens. Let's go back to the piece. We could talk about Warhol a lot, but we gotta talk about how this piece came to be, because the story behind the Sunday Be Morning pieces is something that's really quite amazing. So Andy, early on in his career, when he's in New York City, things aren't going so well. He's not selling, as most artists struggle in the beginning. He came up with his first stencils, which were Marilyn Monroe, the flowers, and the Campbell soup cans. And there was a couple others, but those were the three big ones. And those aren't selling either. And so he's, kind of depressed. He decides he needs a vacation. And he flies over to Belgium, where he meets two of his friends and colleagues. And all of them were quite obsessed with the same thing. And that was mass consumerism, mass production, all of this. And they kind of, as friends do, work themselves up into a bit of a lather having this conversation. And somewhere along this conversation, there's a true story, by the way. It's a mind-blowing story. Andy basically says, we should recreate the same pieces I just created, but instead of me signing them, on the back, we're going to fill in your own signature. Why should my signature be any more important than your own? And that was kind of the argument they were having with themselves. Now, keep in mind, the 200 signed Marilyn Monroe factory editions had already been made. Okay, they were done. Now, if you kind of wonder what those are, let me show them to you real quick so you can see them. Let's go and show my screen. These are the pieces in the Museum of Modern Art. And those are the 10 pieces. So those are the stencils of Marilyn Monroe. Now again, identical stencil, absolutely identical stencils, only using different colors. So that's how those pieces came out. Now those pieces now are worth about $250,000 to $300,000 each. And I'll show you an example of that in a moment. So let's go back to the piece. So Andy agrees to do something unimaginable, and I mean absolutely positively unimaginable. He goes back to New York City and he sends the stencils, the actual stencils he used to create the Marilyns, the flowers, and the Campbell soup cans to these men who are now in Switzerland, by the way. They're already researching print shops, the whole 9 yards, and he sends them the ink codes. Just like, when you paint something inside your house, you go to Sherwin-Williams and the paint has a number, a specific code number. Same exact thing applies to ink. Every ink color out there has a number. So he sends them the stencils and the ink codes. And these men began working on creating what is now known as the Sunday Be Morning editions. Now, in the meantime, over the next year, guess what? Andy's work starts taking off. really starts taking off. People are starting to buy it. People are getting really fascinated, interested in him. And all of a sudden he realizes he's made a terrible, terrible mistake. He flies back to Europe, finds the men in Switzerland, and begs them to stop. He absolutely does not want these pieces published. But by this point, these two men have spent a great deal of money on this project. They also spared no expense in the printing process, which we'll talk about in a moment. And Andy gave them permission. There's absolutely nothing Andy can do. And the men go through with it and publish the Sunday Bee Morning Suite. Let's go ahead and show my screen one more time. This is a great article to read if you get the chance. It was published in The Villager. And it's the exact piece you're bidding on. The Sunday Bee Morning, the enigmatic echo of Warhol's legacy. And it talks about the same story that we're referring to. Now, check this out. Now, as I mentioned, if we look at auction results, I think this is it here. Let's see if this will pull up. If we look at auction results for the actual Marilyns, the record for 10 of them is $5.2 million. Now that was set recently in 2025. It had a high estimate of 2.9 million and it sold for almost double that, $5.2 million, editions of 250. Now in there is the same color as the one you're bidding on, but check this out. What about the Sunday Bee Morning pieces? Here's one right there that sold in 2021 for $74,000. Sunday Bee Morning, and then of course the fill in your own signature. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that in a moment or two. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, the part that's impressive, the part that's important that I really need you to grasp, and this is the part that blows me away. If you look at the 10 pieces I just showed you, in fact, let's pull my screen up one more time. These pieces, the piece that you're bidding on is identical. I mean identical. It's Andy's stencils, it's Andy's ink. The only thing missing is the signature. That's it. That's the only thing missing. And on the back, let's go ahead and go back to the piece. I'm not sure if Tony's done this already. You're actually going to see in the back where it says, fill in your own signature, which is absolutely incredibly cool. But here's the part, like I said, that makes me, I would love to have this piece because it's the same exact work as the one that costs $250,000. It's the same exact work. The only difference is it is missing the signature. Now the fun part, Andy a couple of times would find these pieces, and when he did, he'd go in and he'd write on the back, this piece was not done by me, Andy Warhol. He'd sneak into galleries because he was so mad that they got published. Incredible story. Leif, back to you.
Very much indeed, Mitch. And, you know, there's a thing that's very important to mention as well, that this is in the official Feldman and Shellman catalog. So this is a catalog work, ladies and gentlemen. I want to show you what Mitch is describing here. On the bottom right, you see published by Sunday Bee Morning, if we can zoom in there. Thank you very much, guys. And on the far corner on the left, that's what Mitch was talking about, is fill in your own signature. Now, these are the defined attributes that talk about the authenticity, that refer to the authenticity of the work. And I just think having the original ink codes without having to pay $195 million, ladies and gentlemen, what a great opportunity. Let's take a look at that certificate. We have Andy Warhol, Marilyn Monroe. It's referenced in the Feldman and Shellman catalog. It's a screen print in color on museum board after the original. Now it's stamped with published by Sunday Bee Morning and fill in your own signature on the verso. It is from the Sunday Bee Morning edition that is published in Switzerland. And ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the day, besides the imagery, which is so compelling and ubiquitous, I find that just the story itself, and Mitch did a wonderful job of explaining the story behind the Sunday Bee Morning, I just find the story itself so compelling, you know, because the vast majority of us on this planet will never be able to afford a top-end original work by Andy Warhol, but this is within reach. It gives us, and I like to call us the mere mortals, right, the ability to own something that is so historical, ladies and gentlemen, that this, without any doubt in my mind, will be that indelible aspect of American art history with regards to pop art. All right, let's go ahead and move it back to Mitch. Mitch, back to you.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is the part that when I talk about the Andy Warhol Sunday Bee mornings, that I honestly don't think there's anything else like it. There isn't. There isn't anything else like this because he didn't do them. Now you look at his career as he started getting more and more successful, of course he started making more and more what they call factory editions, but only a few were ever done as the Sunday Bee Morning Suite. Obviously he never allowed anything like this to be ever done again. That's why I personally think, obviously owning a real Andy Warhol, boy, you got to have some deep pockets. You got to have some really deep pockets. But this is one of the few, if not the only opportunity where someone can own something that every single aspect of it is identical to the one that costs $250,000 and be able to access it at all. It's not some type of a reproduction. It's not some sort of a lesser poster. It's an actual original screen print with the exact stencils that Andy Warhol created by hand using the exact ink codes that Andy chose for these particular pieces. Now, if we go over here and look, once again, out of the Sunday Bee Morning pieces, specifically the Sunday Bee Mornings, give me 1 second, see if this will load, and then I got to tell you something else that's really kind of amazing. Guess what are the top three? The first three, go ahead and show my screen. They're all Sunday Bee Mornings. Here's another one. This one sold in 2020. See if I can get that to open for me. That one sold in 2020. Again, Sunday Bee Morning, Marilyn Monroe, silk screen, which is also a screen print. Hammer price, $31,000. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. Now the fun part, the really fun part, is this. And this, well, I shouldn't say fun, but interesting. When Andy created by the way, the reason they call them the factory editions is Andy Warhol operated out of a studio that was filled with this crazy cast of characters for his entire life. He felt that it was an inspiration. He wanted to, in one part of the factory, there was a party going on almost nonstop. And the other part of the factory was his actual studio where he worked. And he'd go back and forth between the two all the time. And he felt it was a key process to his creativity. But when he first made the first pieces, his first factory editions, he was broke. So he notoriously chose the cheapest of everything. The cheapest inks, the cheapest canvases, the cheapest boards. Everything was on a budget. So now, and that, by the way, what I'm about to tell you is common knowledge. It's not a secret in any way. The factory editions, you got to be really careful with them. They can't see light. They can't come into any contact of humidity. There's been issues with some of them cracking if they get into the right conditions. However, and here's where it gets interesting, the Sunday Bee Morning pieces, the two gentlemen who made them spared no expense, having them printed and created in Switzerland at the top atelier there. So the part that everyone knows about these that really is something is that the factory editions have a less quality than the Sunday Bee Morning pieces, even though they're dramatically more expensive. The actual quality of the artwork is nowhere near what the Sunday Bee Morning pieces are. They were done with much higher grade of everything. And so that's the part that always kind of gets me. So as you can see, the stencil, and for those of you who might be wondering, let's see if I can find one for you real quick, because let's see if I go over here. Stencils on their own, most people don't really show them. In fact, artists will often keep them somewhat of a secret because it's not something they're going to want to talk about. However, we do have one artist that's in our lineup. Let's see if I can find this real quick. I'm scanning as quickly as I can so that you can see what a stencil looks like. An artistic stencil. You've all seen the ones that they use to make numbers and things like this, but an art stencil looks a little bit different. let's see, where are you? I'm sorry, I'm scanning as quickly as I can. There. Can you go ahead and show my screen? This is a stencil. That's part of how your piece was done, but it gets a little bit more complicated because that's a single color stencil. You would just use black spray paint. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. The one that you're bidding on in all of Andy Warhol's pieces, for each and every color, for every single color, there was a different stencil for each color. And so as I look at this piece, I'm guessing it's about a 5 or 6 color stencil. So that is something that's amazing. And I can't believe we're at $800. We are so underbid. The most important thing for you to look at is where it says FNS 22-31. That is the actual Andy Warhol catalog. The Andy Warhol catalog. It's as about as authentic as it gets. Leif, back to you.
Let's look at the size for a second, okay? I also can't believe we're only at $800. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a $1,000 frame easily. Easily, this size. The second thing I want to mention is that this is the most ubiquitous image of Hollywood glamour that's been reproduced in so many different media. In fact, I've also seen posters of this that are selling online for about $1,000, but those are posters. Mitch said something very important, which I've already spoken about, which is the Feldman and Shellman catalog. That is the catalog. This is referenced in that catalog. Folks, and it's offered less than what I've seen the posters of this sell for. Do yourself a favor, my friends. This is a genuine Warhol when it comes to not only the story that we presented you with, but the ink codes and that silk screen, the actual stencil matrix of the original Warhols. It doesn't get better than this, folks. We've got a bid of $850 right now with a $9. At $850 right now, bid about $9. Look at a $9 right now for the bid. $850 is the bid. $850 right now with a $9. $850 bid about $9. $850 right now with a $9. Bid about $9. Look at that $9 right now for the bid. Ladies and gentlemen, you are bidding on the Sunday Bee Morning Warhol, the most famous image of Andy Warhol. And by the way, I just got to tell you, this is one of the most important works of art that was done not only in the 20th century, but if you look at the list of 10 most influential works, this is going to be in that list. Imagine having this in your home. Ladies and gentlemen, a bid of $9. At $9 right now, but $950. Look at the $950 right now for the bid. At $900. This is the last call. We are about to drop the hammer. Ladies and gentlemen, $900 is the bid. I see a lot of you calling in. Place your last and final bids at this time, please. At a bid of $9. At $9 right now, but again $950. Look at the $950 right now for the bid. At $900, but again $950. At $900 right now, but again $950. Look at the $950 right now for the Andy Warhol Marilyn Monroe. And it's in the official gold standard catalog of the Feldman and Shellman, ladies and gentlemen. This is an absolute gem. We are running out of time. I'm about to drop the hammer to bid on $9. At $9 right now, but again $950. Look at $950 right now for the bid. $900 right now, but again $950. At $9, but again $950. Can you imagine how spectacular that would look on the wall in the home? That's fantastic. I love this piece. Folks, that is going once. We're out of time. It is going twice. Third and final, and it is sold. Congratulations. Well done indeed. We are very happy for you. That's a great piece. Really do enjoy that, folks. All right, we are moving on. He has been in our studios. He flew all the way over from England. He was here last weekend. He's down in Florida right now, and it is the one and only Harry Bunce. Take a look.
When I got back into art after a little detour into fashion for about 20 years, I went right back to my first love, and it stuck.
Harry Bunce, environmental protector or social commentator? Is his art cute? Maybe, but seldom completely cuddly. Inspired by local folklore and children's books, his cast of cool, unknowable, vaguely sinister, anthropomorphic animals rests deep in our consciousness. By reclaiming these icons and reinventing them, Harry's work breathes new life into old friends.
I I've always had a very keen environmental view of things. My parents were all, if we dropped litter as kids, the worst possible thing we could have possibly done.
By combining street art, illustration, and screen printing, Bunce is able to make his delightfully dark characters into masterful fine art.
Harry Bunce.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I am so stoked that we have one of these. This is just awesome. Well, at least for me personally, this is the first time I've seen them. I know they're out there, but this is the first time I've ever seen one on our show. This is the very first time I've seen one on our show. The actual sculpture, an artist-proof edition of only 20. That's it. Hand-finished composite sculpture with mirror polish. This is very much kind of in that Jeff Koons kind of range, if you will. When we talk about Harry Bunce, there's some really amazing things about this particular artist. Give me 1 second. I'm going over to his Instagram because I wanted to share something with you. There we go. And as Leif was just saying, he was on our show just this weekend, or just last weekend, I should say. So that was actually a pretty neat thing to have him on our show. There we go. So where it all kind of started for Harry is he was always kind of involved in art, and he was a big fan of Beatrix Potter, and of course she's the one who authored Peter Rabbit. But where he kind of got this unique idea from was, what if Peter Rabbit wasn't always so well behaved? What if Peter Rabbit every now and then got himself into a little bit of trouble? And that's where the kind of the launching pad was. Now, in the art world, one of the things that's absolutely true is no artist takes over the planet in one fell swoop. All art starts off regionally. For example, you're never going to see an artist that's an American artist, for example, that's really successful in Europe or Asia or anywhere else until they've had a very significant amount of success right here in their home country. And even more regionalized than that, art usually starts off in a particular city where the artist might be from, or the first gallery that represents them. So for Harry to start representing his work, or I should say get his work represented here in the United States, that is a really big sign that things are going very, very well for this person. Let's go ahead and show my screen. Now that's been around for quite some time, but I wanted to show you this little PowerPoint to give you an idea. I'm just showing you some different examples of his exhibition, but I also want to tell you where the bunny came from, because that's a great story all by itself. So this is the first one, one of the very first ones he did. And he had this fun idea. He would hide one of them in a major park, like Hyde Park in London, with no description whatsoever, no signature, no anything. And somebody would find it, almost like a Where's Waldo kind of thing. And you could imagine the next thing you know, they're talking to it, it's winding up in the newspaper, they're talking about the piece to their friends, and it just kept going and going like that. So it really kind of turned into a wonderful little publicity stunt for Harry Bunce. Now he's also a very, very well-known street artist, even though that's not his main thing. Street art's not something that he does on a fairly regular basis. Here he is, by the way, we just had that Andy Warhol, and here he is paying tribute to Andy Warhol, and that's putting a bunny in a can of Campbell's soup. And of course it doesn't say Campbell's soup, it's just, again, kind of a play on words. And there he is in one of his other big exhibitions. Now this is something that was really important, and I'm going to share the second one he did with you in a moment or two on Instagram. Harry is, even though he creates the bunny doing sometimes some pretty rough and tough things, he is a real softie when it comes particularly to animals. He is a very big advocate for animal welfare charities. And this particular one happened to be taking place at none other than Sotheby's. Sotheby's. And he's right next to David Hockney. So imagine having your artwork at one of the most, if not the most prestigious art auction houses in the world. and being auctioned off as the same stage as David Hockney. Now this goes back to 2016, so 10 years ago, and it was his very first exhibition at the New York Art Exhibition. So this is when he first started kind of crossing over into the American art market. And as you can see, we've got a rabbit that's, you know, not behaving terribly well. He's got his Glock or his 9, and, you know, maybe he's going to go out and rob a bank, something along those lines. Now this is something I wasn't aware of until Richard talked about it, is that for many, many years, even going back to when he was a boy, England had a campaign that's always been around called Keep Britain Tidy. It's been around for a really long time. But over the last few years, Harry Bunce became the official artist for Keep Britain Tidy. So we see his work not only on t-shirts and calendars and all these other kind of things, but actual artwork itself. Now there is one of the first prototypes of the bunny. And so I'm sure there's a wonderful story behind that. And there's one of them at one of the events. Now this gives you an idea of just, I know we don't have an original painting, but this gives you an idea of what they sell for. That one is currently for sale for $13,500. That one's at $12,000 and $12,750 and $14,750. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a really fun opportunity to acquire this particular sculpture. There's something about it that's just so very, very charming. But I have to admit, I didn't even know he did them in this particular, they call it a, oh, what's the word? Skipping my mind real quick. Oh, for heaven's sake, patina. That's the word I'm looking for. Because the ones I've seen before in the past were bronze and kind of this earth tone. In this particular case, he's kind of taken a little bit of a page out of Jeff Koons's book, where he also had the rabbit that sold for what, $100 million, something like that, and it's chromed in gold. So this particular piece has that wonderful chrome kind of feel. And what's fun for you can actually see directly into our studio. When the cameras get close, my gosh, you can see the studio lights, you can see all of our operators, you can see everything if you get close enough. Yeah. That's pretty neat. So that is very, very reflective. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is an incredibly collectible piece. Leif, back to you.
Very much indeed, Mitch. And you know, Mitch, it's so fun to meet the artists, as you know very well. And folks, as I was mentioning, Harry Bunce was in our studio last weekend, and it's such a privilege to be able to meet and be part of the shakers and movers of today's art world. So we have something that is genuinely a wonderful opportunity for you, especially given that the artist was just here. Let's take a look at that certificate of authenticity for the Harry Bunce. The title of the work is Coney Rookie, Copper, example for Cruise Marina. Edition will be signed and numbered. Hand-finished composite sculpture with mirror polish, signed by the artist and numbered on the base. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an example from the Artist Proof Edition. That's right, folks, you are bidding on an Artist Proof, extremely rare. And, you know, this will be the talk of your collection. Seriously, when you see something like this in your collection, when this is, it's just such the narrative is formidable, the artist is huge. And not only will it bring a smile to your face, it will add that three-dimensional structure that is always so incredible with these kind of works. So Mitch, let's bring it back to you.
So I thought I'd share something with you that's a little bit unusual. Let's go ahead and show my screen. Now this is a fun little video that he posted recently, but what's of note is it's inside Sotheby's auction house. And as you can see how crowded it is. And this was the second one that he did, where he supplied an artwork where all the money that was raised that night was raised for different animal welfare groups. And there it is, right there. But if we go up and look at his Instagram account, the things that he has kind of accomplished in the last few years, it just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. That's one of the things that I often recommend, that I do myself, is I often follow artists on Instagram because it shows them chronologically. So you're able to see kind of where they started and the different type of events that they're taking place. And then right here on his Instagram account, he was obviously pretty proud of it. There he is. There he is in our studio. So that's him and Richard when he first came just this weekend. So real honor to have him, that's for sure. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. Now, for those of you who might be wondering, give me 1 second. I'm going to show you something because I mentioned this, Jeff Koons, and you're probably like, what is he talking about? Record. There we go. And $91 million. See if I can get this to open for you. Let's go ahead and show my screen. Oh, looks like the New York Times is not going to let me look, so we'll have to go this way. Okay, so here is, and this is, again, that chrome. That is the Jeff Koons money that's sold at auction. It's the most expensive one. It was cast in 1986. That piece broke a record. Jeff Koons Breaking Rabbit shines bright. $91 million for that particular piece. And of course, what Jeff Koons is really very, very well known for, I'll do that, is this kind of chrome effect on like the dog, the rabbits. So that's why I think he's paying a little bit of an homage to the actual texture rather than going away from the bronze. Let's go ahead and go back to the work. The good news is you don't have to pay $90 million, so that is a bonus. Now, ladies and gentlemen, one of the things that I've talked a little bit about tonight, but I thought let's actually kind of go a little bit more in depth, because we often talk about an artist proof, but I don't think people realize, who aren't art collectors, what a big deal that is. Artist proofs, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to any type of collecting, are the most valuable thing that there is, if it's a limited edition. And there, of course, that's the signature, and that's the edition number. And it's a total of 20, so that's exactly how many there are. Now, artist proofs are what's called outside the edition. Outside the edition. If there's 20 of these, it means it's very likely going to be 200 of the total edition. That's what's called the regular edition. Now, the artist proofs are given to the artist from the publisher. So Harry Bunce does indeed have a publisher. The publisher pays Harry a fee. So this is again how Harry makes a living, and then they also give them the artist proofs. Now this goes back all the way to about the 1930s. As art became a bigger and bigger business and publishers started getting involved, that is how they would compensate artists. It became quite the norm. They would give them a certain dollar amount, like for example, Ambrose Villard paid, I think, Picasso $250,000 for the Villard Suite in 1933. But Picasso not only got the $250,000, but he also got the artist proofs of his own work. Now the artist gets to choose what they want to do with those artist proofs. I can tell you right now with 100% certainty, the only reason we have this artist proof on our show is because Harry allowed it. That's it. There is no other reason. Now let's go ahead and show my screen real quick. This is a really great article if you get a chance. Now this article is specifically talking in print. It's not even referring to sculpture, but it goes through what an artist proof is, how you can identify them, and it's talking about, this is a great example, and I'll just tell you, this particular piece by Banksy, it's a screen print. One of the pieces sold in 2022 for $500,000, and it was the regular edition, so 500 grand. The artist proof, the very same month, sold for just over $1 million. That's the only difference, is that one was an artist proof that sold for $1 million. The other one wasn't an artist proof and sold for $500,000. So here's where it actually talks about that. Artist proofs versus limited edition prints on the market. Is an artist proof more valuable than a limited edition? Artist proofs have been shown to fetch remarkably high prices when sold on the art market, especially compared to limited editions. Leif, back to you.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, two very important sources of information that I want to give you right now. So first of all, folks, we are going to be waiving the buyer's premium on this. So you're not going to be paying the buyer's premium on that. Number two, this is the best news of all. I was showing you the number edition. So not only is it an artist proof, this is the number one. You're bidding on the number one, ladies and gentlemen, the most coveted out of all of the editions. We are only at 1,500, and no buyer's premium, Woodigi 16. At 15 right now, but upon at 16, look at it, 16 right now for the bid at 15, Woodigi 16. At 1,500, at a bid of 1,500. At 15 right now, Woodigi 16. At 15, Woodigi 16, but upon at 16, look at it, 16 right now for the bid on the Harry Bunce. You're bidding on the number 1 artist proof. Ladies and gentlemen, it really does not get much better than that. And I guess our producer is being very, very generous this evening because there's no buyer's premium. So folks, there's a reason. Okay, well, I thought you were just very generous and kind, Tony. But 1,500, Woodigi 16, Midabana 16 right now for the bid on the Harry Bunce. What is that? He said he's, yeah. 15, Woodigi 16. Ladies and gentlemen, we are closing that once. It is going twice. Third and final opportunity it is. So, congratulations. Well done. Well played. All right, folks. What we're going to do right now, Tony, I think we have something special coming up, correct?
Thank you.
All right. What do we got coming up, Tony?
All right. So you just saw artist proof number 1 sell for $1,500, and we waived the buyer's premium for that winning bidder. We have 3 other examples of the 20. I can't guarantee what number you'll get. It'll be between 2 and 20. But we're going to do a quick buy it now on the other 3 opportunities we have. Number 1's gone, sold for $1,500. If you would like one of the other artist proofs, once again, there's only 3 opportunities. Go ahead and give me a 3-minute clock. We're going to do them at $9.95, no buyer's premium.
Wow.
So you can get one of the other examples of the 20 for $9.95, no buyer, under $1,000. So I would take advantage of that.
Absolutely. So folks, not sure everybody heard that. You're going to get an opportunity, around 3 available. You're going to get your own number within the total edition of 20. This is an artist proof. And the price, I got to read it to believe it again, $995. My goodness, what an opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, these are going to go quick. Take advantage of that. Let's go ahead and bring it over to Mitch. Mitch, back to you.
Now, I have something very cool to tell you about these. A little bit more. I was able to gather some more information. This is Coney the bunny. So this is Coney Rocky Copper, but Coney is kind of the title of the bunny itself. He is giving it his best shot as a fighter, but he really is a lover. You can see a single tear under his right eye. In fact, they're called a palooka coney. This is a disparaging term used for an untalented boxer. And of course, very cool, bringing one of his 2D characters to life in 3D. In this particular piece, we found out that not only are they artist proofs, they're also what we consider foundry proofs. Because remember, when they create images like this, they come out of a foundry. When we do these type of sculptures, it's kind of a lost wax process. So this is an actual foundry proof as well. It's one of the first 20 to come out before the regular edition would be done at all. Now, ladies and gentlemen, again, when we look at these particular pieces, the fact that you're looking at $9.95 for one of only 20, that is pretty darn incredible all by itself. And I'm looking up one thing just to kind of look, because there's not many of these out there. That's for sure. There's not many of these at all. Harry does mostly focuses on paintings, and he focuses on different types of prints. And I am looking, one of the things I looked for a little bit earlier, and I'm looking again just to see if I can find any for sale, because at this particular point they're pretty darn hard to, I don't think there's many of them out there. So ladies and gentlemen, again, the old concept, I'm a lover, not a fighter, that certainly would apply to this particular piece. And you can kind of imagine it. This is a little based on Peter Rabbit. And Peter Rabbit, he's trying to be a boxer, he wants to be a tough guy, but it's just not who he is. This is just not in his style. So he's got his little mitts and is raised up above his head. He's got all the attitude in the world, but he just doesn't have a whole lot of skill. One of the things I love about Harry's work is his pieces actually really reflect a lot about who he is, because he is a very soft-spoken, very gentle individual. Leif, back to you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have one final one remaining. The next caller in, you got that last one. Make it quick, my friends. We have a lot of calls coming in. All right, let's go ahead and close that out once, twice, third, and final. Congratulations. Well done indeed on that, Harry Bunce. Folks, we're going to be moving on to something quite spectacular. It's an old Flemish master. This is fascinating for art historians out there, but also for museums. They love and devour these kind of works. So folks, pay close attention. A lot of information you're going to be getting here. It is the Old Master, and let's bring it to Mitch.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we're going to be jumping into some very, very unique territory. That's for sure. That gets that we really have to kind of back up and talk about art history, because it's not just Flemish. This applies to Spanish art, French art, all during the same time period. In the early years of the post-Renaissance, so we're talking about in that kind of 1500, 1600 range, when it came to paintings, it was actually very common for artists not to sign their paintings, for artists not to identify their paintings. So that is where this particular piece falls into a category. Give me just a moment. I'm going to go to my computer. I'm going to share a couple things with you, but I got to pull it up and find it because it will kind of amaze you all by itself. Let's see. So when we look here, let's go ahead and show my screen. And this was just me doing some basic research. Paintings by unknown Flemish masters in museums. All of these pieces fall into that category. So museums from all over the world would absolutely, like this piece in the Smithsonian, would absolutely have pieces like these. And if we look at some of these results, they can sell for a lot. Like this is the world record, 7 million euros, by the way, so that's about $10 million. 4.8 million euros, 3 million, 1.8 million. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. So why was that? Remember, art during this time was not a really big business. Now think about one thing. This particular piece done approximately 1635. This painting was done coming up about the same time as Rembrandt. Now, for Rembrandt in Amsterdam, there was this, if you wanted to get into these massive schools, in other words, these really big exhibitions, you had to get past what was called the Guild. And the Guild with Rembrandt was pretty darn strict, but they were strict with every artist. And this type of artwork was really very, very common in the late 1500s and 1600s. The most common themes were two things. Actually three. The most common, of course, was religious. Iconography, images of Jesus, images of the baby Jesus with, Mary, these type of things. That was really, really common in the 15 and 1600s. The second was portraiture. Portraiture of nobility, of kings and queens and aristocrats that could afford it. And then the third is what we're looking at, day-to-day scenes of everyday life during that time period. Now, artists are working all over Europe during this time. It wasn't the typical business like we would say now, ooh, I own a Picasso, or I own a Rembrandt, or I own a Vermeer. The naming of an artist, in fact, what's also kind of interesting is this existed even as we got further along in time. As we got into the late 1800s into the early 1900s, in Britain there was the British Watercolor School. And they're some of the most famous watercolors to ever exist, and they're extremely expensive. And this was a group of artists who got together that decided, from a group point of view, that they didn't want anyone to be known as an individual. They wanted to be known as a school. Now that was a conscious choice. This is the one you're looking at. This is different. This is when we're going back to an era where artists were simply tradespeople. They were craftsmen, just like the local blacksmith or the local cart builder or the local winemaker or merchant of something along those lines. They would grow their reputation by word of mouth. And they would often have a studio wherever it was they lived, their particular village. And as the artist got better and better, the name of that artist would go even further and further out into the world. And people would come into the village and they would say, I'm looking for such and such an artist. And oftentimes, as you can see, they didn't even know the name. They just might know where the artist is from. And they would get pointed by some local over to their studio, and they'd go off and they'd be able to meet the artist and see the different paintings, or in most cases what they would be doing is commissioning pieces like this. So when we talk about unknown masters, it's not It's not something that we see very often. In fact, this is another good example, but a little different. Let's go ahead and show my screen. I wish I could, I know a chart exists like this, and I'll see if I can find it, of unknown Flemish masters, but this is unknown French painters. So about the same time period, but it starts off really early, 1360. This one's in the Louvre. This one from 1380 is also in the Louvre. This one from 1395 in the National Gallery. So I'm going to jump down a little bit and go up in time. 1480, the National Gallery in Washington. 1460, also in the Louvre. And all of these have that one thing in common. Now we're getting a little closer to where your piece is from. 1610, the Louvre. The Musée des Beaux-Arts, 1610. 1711, so now we're past, the National Gallery of Art. 1750, the National Gallery of Art in Washington, D.C. So you definitely get the point that these unknown pieces by, or I should say unknown artists, absolutely can be museum and are museum pieces. Let's go back to the work. One of the things that I will tell you for certain that is the rarest of what we have that we ever show is when we get our hands on something like this. When you're looking at a painting that has survived for several centuries. I looked up a little bit more, and I'll read this to you because it was some interesting research. Masterpieces from the Flemish region of the 15th and 17th centuries remain unattributed to specific artists. These anonymous works are typically grouped by style, subject matter, or defining characteristics, and they offer a vital glimpse into the broader artistic output of the era. Many museums hold paintings by anonymous Flemish artists from the 15th to the 17th centuries, while some are simply cataloged as unknown Flemish master or anonymous Flemish. Others are assigned a not name. How interesting. Not name identities, such as the Master of Flemel. Oh, okay, that's what we were talking about. So it looks like if they know the region where that particular artist is from, it would say, for example, the master of this village, the master of this town. Notable examples span several major institutions. The National Gallery of London features the fascinating work of 1620 called Cognoscenti in a room hung with pictures, which illustrates the 17th century art market. The Metropolitan Museum of Art holds 15th to 17th century anonymous works, including the Master of Frankfurt, an active Antwerp Renaissance painter. The Denver Art Museum houses a very well-known anonymous Antwerp master called the Portrait of Young Woman. And of course, the Prado, one of the most famous museums on earth, features a highly celebrated collection of primitive Flemish and Baroque works with various anonymous studio and titles. The record, this is interesting, the 16th century portrait, the record for a piece from this time period from the French or Flemish school, shattered expectations during Masters Week at Sotheby's, New York, selling for $2.3 million. Wow. Now, Flemish general market prices. Wow, this is something you should be aware of. General market prices for unattributed 16th and 17th century master works. These typically trade between $25,000 and $75,000 depending upon condition, size, and quality of brushwork. So based on this description, paintings like this can sell anywhere between $20,000 and $75,000. Now let's talk about what they just were mentioning. In fact, Leif would be very, very good at kind of going through this because this is something that he specializes in quite a lot. Let's get as close as we can on this piece. One of the things you'll notice during this particular time period before Impressionism came about is that Impressionism was all about an impasto style. In other words, texture, where the paintbrush would come right off of the canvas. We'd see texture. During this time period, really great artists did not show their brushwork. So quite often, we don't see anything that resembles a brushstroke. What we see is this perfect, realistic depiction of life in this particular village. Like, let's stop there for just a second. Take a look at that horse-drawn There we go. Thank you, guys. I don't know what you just did, but they just really kind of focused a lot. Take a look at the details of this particular section of the painting. How perfect it is. Absolutely perfect brushstroke. And what I really like about this, one of the things I love about this time period of art is the use of light. Look how the light is reflecting off the kind of hay, or the gold, it looks like golden hay to the right of that, of the carriage. And let's go back to the full view for just a second. And that's the second thing we're going to discuss. One of the great things about this time period was the use of light. And this was something that Rembrandt was so known for. Again, chiaroscuro. Look at the lower left, how the whole piece is caught in shadow. And then as we go up further into the clouds, then we see the light coming through the clouds and hitting different parts of the village. And then of course we've got the vanishing point way off in the back. So the use of light in this piece, absolutely spectacular. The perspective that we see, where we see a great perspective, is going to show us multiple layers of distance. So in the far left in the corner, that's our foreground, right? That's as close as it gets to us. In the midground, we have the boy playing, and we have the horse-drawn carriage. In the further midground, we've got the cottages. In the way back, we've got the village, and it looks like a church steeple way back in that village. And then, of course, that disappears off into infinity, where we see the clouds and the sky just disappear into the horizons. Now that, from a photograph, easy. From a painting, really difficult. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for certain a museum caliber piece, and easily, I mean easily in that $25,000 to $40,000 price point. Leif, back to you.
This is really a magnificent piece, ladies and gentlemen, because it uses the vestiges of pre-Renaissance craft. So in other words, when it's done wood on panel, understand that one of the main advents of the Renaissance was the introduction of oil painting on canvas, and that was something that was invented by Hubert van Eyck. He was Jan van Eyck's brother. But let's go ahead and take a look at that certificate of authenticity. I have a few more things I wanted to add about this work. It is an old master. Village Scene is the title. It's an original oil painting on wood panel, monogrammed and dated indiscernibly on the lower left. It is a unique work, executed in 1635. Again, this is from 1635. Original oil painting, extremely rare and important. So, ladies and gentlemen, oil on panel. Let's talk about that for a second, because it is the most demanding and pretty much most historically prestigious substrate in old master painting. Because the preparation of a panel painting of this period was itself a specialist craft. So let's talk about the wood, for example. The wood was typically seasoned oak or poplar, and that was prepared with multiple layers of gesso ground. They sometimes would use this burnished, smooth, and sealed before a single brush stroke of paint was applied. That allows, as Mitch was saying, we're talking about the refinement of paint application, the concealing of the brush strokes. So the result, it's basically a working surface, folks, of extraordinary stability, which is capable of supporting the finest details and pretty much the most luminous glazes. And on top of that, folks, this panel, think about this for a second. It has survived intact for nearly 400 years. And that's testament to the quality, right, of its original preparation, and of course of the excellence of its physical construction. Ladies and gentlemen, it has already demonstrated the durability that contemporary works can only promise. So a 1635 Flemish oil on panel has proven its physical durability over nearly 4 centuries. It will outlast any living collector and most institutions. This is a remarkable and a deeply historical work of art. Folks, this is truly magnificent. And a bit of two. At 2 right now, Badagi 21. At 2, Badagi 21. Let's go ahead and bring it back to Mitch.
I was looking up something as Leif was talking. Let's see. Let's go to this one. Okay. I really like this website. This is a great website because this type of thing, to be honest with you, is very difficult to research. It really is, because of course we don't have a name to go by. Sometimes we get an area or a village. So there's not a whole lot of websites out there that are kind of like these in-depth art dictionaries. So let's look into this together. Let's go ahead and show my screen. The same website I was used to find the French ones, I realized I could search for Flemish masters as well. So this is some examples of unknown Flemish masters. And let's kind of go forward. I got the 1480s. And let's see, I'm going to go to the next one and see what pops up. So it looks like these are a little bit earlier. 1490s, National Gallery of Scotland, 1500. And I'll see, let's go back to the piece real quick. I'm going to add one little search criteria, because what I want you to notice, there's a reason I'm doing this. Give me 100, 1 second, hundreds. I'm wanting to let you know and show you that these particular pieces are in museums all over the world. Let's go ahead and show my screen again. So this one from the 1500s is located in the Rijksmuseum, the Groningen Museum of Bruges, Milan, 1525, 1530, and the year keeps going, the Rijksmuseum, the Vision of Saint Bernard, the Portrait of a Young Man, located in the Museum of Antwerp, another one, this one from 1570, and this one from 1600, located in the Museum of Venice. And the years just go on and on. So again, what you're bidding on right now, it is not uncommon at all for museums all over the world. Let's go back to the piece to look at acquiring these particular artworks, because they're just so incredibly rare. And the concept of not knowing who the artist's name is during this time period is not at all unusual. Leif, back to you.
Very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Got a bit of 2. Looking at 21 right now. We are running out of time on this. 2 is the bid. At 2 right now, but get 21. At 2 would get 21. Ladies and gentlemen, that is closing once. It is closing twice, and a third and final. So congratulations. Well done indeed. That is absolutely a masterpiece. This is where the words masterpiece fits in perfectly. The Flemish School, ladies and gentlemen, 1600s. The cradle. One of the cradles of Western art history. We are moving on right now. Speaking about big names, it doesn't get much bigger than Van Gogh, does it, Mitch? That's what we got next. Vincent Van Gogh, ladies and gentlemen, over to Mitch.
Wow, now this is definitely a big jump. And by the way, whoever was successful bidder on that last painting, I don't think you realize how well you scored. I mean, that is a painting of that type for $2,000, that's insane. That really, truly is. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to jump into a completely different story. Absolutely right now, when we talk about Vincent van Gogh, he's one of the artists that even to this day, all these years later, it always kind of makes me sad to talk about Vincent, because of course he is widely regarded as one of the greatest painters who ever lived, without question, one of the founders of the post-impressionistic movement. Sadly, he had no success during his life at all, and he died believing he was just a complete failure. But that also goes to why pieces like this were produced at all and where they came from. Now, first of all, and this one I really had to search, let me tell you. In fact, give me 1 second and I'll show you kind of what I mean. Vincent van Gogh was poor as a church mouse. I mean, he barely was able to feed himself. And so as a result, whenever he was looking for models, guess who he often chose? Himself, because he didn't have to pay himself. Let's go ahead and show my screen. If we look up portraits of Vincent van Gogh, there are many. He did lots of different portraits of himself through all different times of his life. In fact, there's an example of just some of them. Because in his mind, he was practicing techniques and kind of getting an idea of who he was as an artist. Now, if I go up here and just put peasant, let's see, there we go. I'm not sure if I spelled that, I was typing so fast. But if we type in Vincent van Gogh peasant, we start seeing pieces like this. Because once again, he couldn't afford to ask anyone to sit for him. So one of the things that he often did, let's go back to the piece, is that's how he would pay his bills. For example, his hotel, when he was traveling around different parts of Europe, and mostly he stayed pretty close to home there in Holland. But if he had to stay in a hotel, he would offer to paint portraits of perhaps the children of the hotel owners. That's why we see those type of images. Let's go ahead and show my screen. Now, when it comes to Vincent van Gogh, he created an entirely new sense of not only the use of color, but brushstrokes. The Impressionists brought us the impasto style of painting. In other words, showing the brushstrokes, visible brushstrokes. But Van Gogh took it to a whole nother level, and that was that he painted images with directional brushstrokes. And this is something we're going to talk about in just a moment or two, because it's a pretty cool story all by itself. There's one of the self-portraits. And if we look at this piece, this is his most famous work right here. That is his singular most famous piece. And that one, of course, is called The Starry Night. It's located in the Museum of Modern Art in New York City. That's myself next to it about 20 some odd years ago. But if we, oh, this I thought was fun. I added this just because I thought it was interesting. And it's somebody designing a home, and they built their fireplace and used the concept of Starry Night and Riverstone. I thought that was great. Here's some auction records, 81 million and 82 million. Now, keep in mind, Vincent van Gogh auction records would be much higher in the $100, $200 million range. The most important ones, like Starry Night, pieces like that, they're in museums. They're never going to come up for auction. So 81 million, believe me, that's very much on the low end. This particular piece I like to use as an example. Notice how we actually see the brushstrokes. So it's visible brushstrokes, but what Vincent did is he added brushstroke direction to it. So he was the very first artist to kind of take on the concept of creating paintings almost like a sculpture. So it was almost like what we call alto relief or bas relief sculpture, but using it in the form of painting. Now, when it comes to etchings that he did by himself, what you're looking at, by the way, is a copper plate engraving done in 1920. Now, keep in mind, obviously, Vincent died in 1890, so 30 years before this. So how, the piece we're bidding on, why was it made at all? Well, because Vincent was so unsuccessful, sadly, let's go ahead and go back to the piece real quick, and I'll explain this while you're looking at the work. In the art world, that's, my gosh, and this goes all the way back to the 1600s, no artist would ever play around with engravings in any type of print program if you couldn't sell a painting, right? Paintings come first, original artwork. The reason artists would create engravings would be to supplement their income. If their paintings were getting super, super expensive and rich people were buying them, then they would create engravings and etchings and things like this that they could sell to people who had a lesser pocketbook. In Vincent's case, he never got to he only sold one painting during his life. That was it. He literally, as I said, had trouble just putting food on the table. So as a result, there are no prints out there by his hand. I mean, I shouldn't say no, but very, very few. Let's go and show my screen one more time. Now, this is one of them. This was an etching that was done, sadly, the year that he died. And this one sold for $198,000. Now, my guess is, why did he do this? Probably just to see if he could. It was probably just curiosity, something that he'd never done before. He wanted to give it a shot. But as I said, he wasn't selling paintings, so there was no real reason to do this other than just curiosity. Let's go ahead and go back to the work. Now, I'm going to share with you right now the portrait of where this one comes from. And believe me, today when I was doing my research, I really had to look. It took me a minute, that's for sure. Let's go and show my screen. Now, it is in reverse, but I believe it is this one. And it is owned by the Art Institute of Chicago. So that is where the original painting is of the piece that you're bidding on. Let's go ahead and go back to the work. So let's go through the story, because it's an interesting story. So Vincent van Gogh, as I said, during his life, zero success. Of course, he was really famous for having that big fight with his good friend Gauguin. They had a huge blowout of a fight. Vincent sadly struggled with mental illness pretty much his entire life. Now, by the way, on a complete side note, I always like to mention this because I think it's important. About 15 years ago, a medical resident who also happened to be an art fan wrote a really interesting thesis paper, and it was on Vincent van Gogh. Remember those directional brushstrokes I was telling you about? How do you think he did that? He would take his brush and he'd purse it between his lips and get a fine point, and then add the paint and do that all over again. Well, guess what? That was all lead-based paint, all of it. And her thesis was about how it's entirely possible that Vincent's mental instability was really exacerbated by this type of poisoning, this lead-based paint poisoning, which one of the symptoms is mania. So I always kind of point that out. But it was after he had that big fight with Gauguin that he legendary cut off his own ear. Now, as I mentioned, he died in 1890. Now, keep in mind, at that point in time, really nobody cared about his art. Nobody knew him at all. And so his sister, who wound up with a whole bunch of the paintings, did something really kind of fascinating. Let's go ahead and show my screen once again. She published a book because Vincent was always writing to his brother Theo, always writing. And in this writings, he would make these little drawings. And she published a book called Messages to Theo. And it was a book on the mind of a tortured artist. And guess what? The book became a bestseller. Everybody discovered the book written by his sister. In fact, hold on, let me make sure. Theo was the brother. And, that's right. I had to think about this for a second. It was Theo's sister, because Theo died shortly after Vincent did. Theo didn't live much longer than he did at all. So she is the one that published the books that Vincent van Gogh wrote to Theo. The book became super famous. Everybody loved it. And guess what happened next? Vincent van Gogh paintings all of a sudden started flying off the shelf. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. Now, here comes the problem. Just like Rembrandt and other great artists of the time, they created prints. Whether it was lithography, etchings, engravings, there was nothing by Vincent. Nothing. By 1920, there's this massive demand for Vincent van Gogh's works. Huge. But the only thing out there are paintings. That's it. There are no prints, high quality prints of any kind, like there would be with just about every other major artist. So a publisher approached the Van Gogh family, who owned the rights to the image, and I'm sure they paid them a fee. And then a great engraver was hired to create this work so it could be sold at market. This is exactly what normally the artist would have done themselves. But in this case, it took place after the death of Vincent. I know, interesting, wild, crazy story. Leif, back to you.
And ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a closer look at this absolute gem. Now, not only is it Van Gogh, but the subject matter itself of the portrait is of quintessential importance. I'm going to talk about that in a second, but ladies and gentlemen, for now, let's go ahead and take a look at that certificate of authenticity. Vincent van Gogh. You know, the Dutch say Van Gogh, not an easy way to pronounce it, but it is a self-portrait copperplate engraving printed in black ink on wove paper after the original. Now, folks, this one was printed in London in 1920. It is scarce. Now, first, being that it is from 1920, it is an antique. Anything over 100 years old is an antique, so you are bidding on an antique Van Gogh. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, a Van Gogh subject at any price point, doesn't matter the price point, it attracts by far the broadest possible collector base, because the name is its own market guarantee. Think about this. It ensures liquidity across every auction geography and collector demographic. And on top of that, if we think about the date, the 1920 date, that pretty much situates this engraving in the first great wave of Van Gogh scholarship and also institutional recognition, giving it its own historical position. And folks, copperplate engravings with clear dating and subject attribution, these provide a documented, authenticated entry point into the Van Gogh collecting tradition. And this is at a price level accessible to collectors for whom the major prints and paintings are unreachable. So this makes this a formidable opportunity. And it was done 30 years after Van Gogh's death. And it was made, as I mentioned, during the first major wave of posthumous Van Gogh scholarship. So this is extremely important and extremely valuable, ladies and gentlemen. It is a Van Gogh and it is an antique, and you're only, and I mean only, at $550. My goodness, what an opportunity. Let's bring it back to Mitch. Mitch, over to you.
So I was just looking up a couple of things that kind of caught my attention. Give me 1 second. There we go. Let's go over here. Let's go ahead and show my screen. I was able to find a couple pieces that's not from the same series that we're bidding on, but they're very similar. They're very similar in size, design. This one's from 1919. The piece you're bidding on is from 1920. And this particular piece from 1919, and if you look, you see the word after Vincent van Gogh, because it's after an actual piece, just like the one we're bidding on. This piece is selling out of, looks like Long Island, New York City, $7,500, and that one is also from 1919, also out of Long Island in New York, I should say, and that is also selling for $7,500. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. Now these pieces, you should know, are very, very collectible, because just like any publisher would have done when they approached the family, there becomes a limitation. So there's no way any family that would be approached by a publisher that they would just give them free rein. Print as many as you can sell. Knock yourself out. There's always going to be a limit. Now, no, I don't know the limit, but I guarantee you somewhere in that legal documentation, the family gave them permission for a certain amount of money, whatever that fee was, and they said you can create up to 500 of these or up to 1,000 of these, and then that's it. Now, before we get to there's another interesting part about this. In 1920, the concept of any type of limited edition, they were still in its infancy of color lithography. That really kind of began around 1895, right around there, with Toulouse-Lautrec, who, by the way, was one of Vincent van Gogh's very, very good friends. And Lautrec was one of the very first artists to come up with multicolor lithography. But we really didn't get good at it until about 1930 or so. 1930s is when we start seeing Marc Chagall start playing around with some really top quality, high color lithographs. So all through the early 1900s, the only real form of high quality printmaking was the copper plate, the engraving. And by that point, fortunately, as I said, they started emerging in the mid 1600s. By that point, we've got some really, really good ones out there. But this was essentially, just in a nutshell, the easiest way to understand it. This was to satisfy a huge demand that just didn't exist. Meaning there wasn't any etchings or engravings. There were no prints at all by the hand of Vincent van Gogh, other than just those few that he did, which, by the way, even in 1920 would have been selling for thousands and thousands of dollars. The ones that he did by his own hand. Paintings, of course, were, I don't know what it would be when you equate it to today's dollars, but I'm sure even in the 1900s, they would have been several $100,000 for paintings that are now in the millions of dollar range. So that's why these pieces are very, very collectible, and why we don't see many today, because only a certain amount were done, only for a certain amount of time period. Now, once we crossed, I forget what the year is it 50 years or 75 years? Once Vincent van Gogh's death was a certain time period away, I think it's 75 years. The art goes into what's called, the imagery, I think it goes into what they call an open market. So anyone can make posters. So that's why around the 1970s or so, we started seeing, those shiny paper, and you could get I think one of the most popular posters ever sold was Vincent van Gogh's Starry Night. And you could buy it in poster shops all over the world. They were about $10. But that was only after the licensing years came up. And like I said, I think it's 75 years from the artist's death. But here we are in 1920. That's only 30 years after he died. The posters didn't exist. That didn't even come around until about the late 1960s. So this particular piece fills a very unique niche time period in the world of Vincent van Gogh. Leif, back to you.
And, Mitch, when we're talking about his engravings, right, a copper plate engraving after Van Gogh is pretty much a technical undertaking of absolutely the highest order. Why? Why would we say that? Well, because Van Gogh's painterly language, folks, it's built on what we call directional impasto, which are pretty much these urgent, these purposeful, almost psychologically loaded strokes that are simultaneously marks of, let's call it physical activity, and the expressions of emotional states. So to translate this into a copperplate engraving, it requires the engraving to construct an entirely different but analogous vocabulary. These Buren-cut lines replacing brushstrokes, cross-hatching, approximating tonal depth, and that deliberate variation in line weight. All of that, by the way, suggests the gestural energy of the originals. And that is precisely why this engraving, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the most perfect in terms of its execution and emulation of what that original impasto is like that Van Gogh used. So ladies and gentlemen, this is an iteration of the highest degree. Extremely, extremely, not only is it historically important, but ladies and gentlemen, understand, you're bidding on an antique as well. This is from 1920. Got a bid of 7. 7 right now to get 750. Look at that 750 right now for the bid. I got a bid of 700. Folks, I'm about to drop the hammer. That is going once. That is going twice. Third and final. So congratulations on the Van Gogh. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to an artist you love, we love, and he just keeps getting better. It is the one and only Kef. Take a look.
Every line, every curve, every color, every breath held and every breath released. Art is created. Every moment spent in Berlin, creating this style. Every moment spent in Shanghai, mastering this style. Every moment of doubt, every moment of joy. Hours painting, years of creating. Harmony, peace, tranquility. With every collaboration, with every exhibition, his name grows.
Sold! Sold! California!
Sold it under my
Sold.
sold at $41,000.
Sold! Sold at 63.
With every hammer drop and every piece sold, now is the time for Kef.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I will tell you flat out, in the 7 years that Kef has been on our show, nothing, and I mean nothing, has garnered more attention and more demand for these pieces. That's one thing I gotta hand it to him. I really gotta hand it to him. This reinventing himself that he does every year. He'll come up with some sort of new twist, something that's going on that adds just even more to the major demand that's already there. And he has most definitely done it with this, because this is going to, I know when you look at this piece right now, especially if you're a Kef collector, you're looking at yourself going, wow, this is really cool. This looks exactly like what I know Kef to be. One thing it is very interesting are the multicolored background. That's not something he's done hardly at all. In fact, when I go through his Instagram account, we kind of walk through it, you'll see what I mean. Most of the time it's just simply a white background, a solid color. So this is where he's kind of got into the primary colors. But what you can't see here real well, and trust me you will, when we turn the lights down and we put a bit of light on this particular piece is filled with diamond dust under resin. Now, when I say diamond dust, I'm not talking about some sort of specialized glitter. It's real diamond dust, actual diamond dust. When a diamond cutter works in New York City, for example, and they're shaping a diamond and they're cutting the facets, a small amount of dust comes off the wheel. Now, for years, for decades, there was no real use for it because the pieces are so terribly small that there's no way you could use them like glitter, because of course artists have used glitter for a long, long time, but with glitter requires glue. Glitter requires glue. However, the diamond dust is much, much too small to have glue in any way, shape, or form. So Kef came up with a very, very unique concept. To lay the canvas, it is on canvas, to lay the canvas flat and then very carefully spread the diamond dust out all across the piece, and then very carefully pour a thick, thick layer of resin directly onto the artwork. Now, whoever gets this piece when you get it home, one of the things you're going to notice is it feels like and it looks like glass, that glass is covering the work. It's not. It's resin that's directly on the piece. Can we bring the lights down just a little bit so we can see it? Because when the lights are so bright, it's hard to actually see it. But there you can see it right there. Do you see those little sparkles? And with the blacks, it shows off even more. But as I said, when you bring the light down just a tiny little bit, then it really comes to life. Because right now our studio lights are so darn bright that it's just kind of blasting directly onto the piece. I don't know, Leif, can we do that? Can we bring, there we go, thank you. Now move the piece just a little bit so we get the lights down. Because again, in the studio, it's always kind of hard to show you. But you see all the little sparkles that pop up all over the place? That's the diamond dust. Now, when you get the piece home, it's really going to pop. We need to bring the light up just a little bit. So we got to find that kind of a sweet spot because it's definitely there. But as you look at this, in fact, there we go. There we go. When you have the piece in a stationary position, it's in a stationary position. There we go. Now let's get a little closer again. There. Yeah, as I said, with our studio light, it's kind of hard because it won't happen unless we move the piece. But for you, the viewer, when you get the piece home and you hang it on your wall and you put a little bit of light on it, every time you move, if you just move your head the slightest little bit, you'll see the sparkles because the light's going to be refracting off of all these little tiny pieces of diamond. Now, to go back to the beginning, I know we kind of put the cart ahead of the horse. One of the things I always try to remind myself of is every single night we have people who are watching our show for the very first time. Every single weekend. Especially with Kef. One of the statistics that still amazes me, it really truly amazes me. I don't know if I've told you this, I think I did in the past, but it's been a while. On average, every time we show a Kef on this show, 50% of the people, and this again, this is just an average, 50% of the people who call us to bid have called before. They're actually clients of our show, and many of them already own a Kef. 50% of the people who call have never called our show before at all. And guess who the artist is that inspires them to pick up the phone and call? It's Kef. Now, for those of you who are watching for the very first time, in a nutshell, Kef is one of the fastest rising street artists in the world today. Now, that has nothing to do with my opinion, and I mean nothing at all. When you look at his accomplishments over the last 10 years, they are staggering. Now keep in mind, in 2014, nobody knew who he was. What always amazes me about Kef, truly, is not just that he's become as successful as he has, it's how fast he did it. It's extremely fast. In 10 years, he went from virtually being unknown to one of the top selling and in-demand street artists in the world. Let's go ahead and go back to my screen. So in the year 2017, that was kind of his big break. That was when Germany essentially said, okay, this guy's our Banksy, right? There's no official celebration. There's no real line in the sand, but it became really clear as his work gets blasted over the state capitol building for the Festival of Lights. This is just the beginning. By 2017 and 18, we start seeing him make the covers of different magazines like Business Insider, talking about investing in fine art. By 2018 and 19, he's collected by major corporations for their corporate collections like PayPal, BMW, Printemps in Paris, and the list goes on. One of the things that I often say to illustrate Kef's success, everywhere he goes, everywhere in America, he winds up on the news. Now, I want you to think about any artist you want, any artist that's a living artist. I mean, yeah, Jeff Koons, but almost any major artist that shows up to a particular city, how often they make the news? Every single time. Not long ago, Andy Taylor from Duran Duran held a charity event called the Cancer Awareness Trust. Now, it was all about musical acts. tons of great musical acts, including Robert Plant singing Stairway to Heaven for the first time in like 15 years. They invited one artist, one, Kef, and they just go nuts. He has 3 major galleries in Europe, one in Paris, one in London, and one in Berlin. Every single time there's one of his events, they sell out. About 5 years ago, Porsche came out with its first electric car. Kef was invited to create the paint job on one of them, kind of a publicity thing. Well, guess who didn't like that? BMW, their major competitor. Now, this was really recent. This wasn't long ago at all. Their most luxurious BMW, Kef got the opportunity to do 2. One that was gold on black, the other multicolor on white. Now, this was a recent, these are photos of a catalog from one of his recent shows here in the United States. And by the way, this was sent to me from a client, so thank you very, very much. The client went and took screenshots and sent them to me on his phone. This Louis Vuitton bag listed at $42,000. That particular painting, $88,000. This small painting, $15,000. And this piece at $24,000. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. Now, I need to tell you something that's really important, that I think it's incredibly important. Let me show you one other thing. My gosh, with Kef, my biggest problem is there's so much to share with you. It's just not possible to get everything in. But there's one thing that I think really kind of illustrates a point very, very clearly. In Torrance, California, there is a museum, the Torrance Museum of Art, but they're a specialized museum. They only have street art and pop art. That's it. Let's go ahead and show my screen. So this is a shot from the Torrance Museum of Art. Now take a look on the right. That's a multi-million-dollar Banksy. And the sculpture in the back, that's a 6-figure cause. And right next to it is a $100,000 Kef. The fact that he's starting to make it into these museum institutions is incredible. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. But what I was about to say that's really important to note is these diamond dust pieces, they have been around now for about 6 months. 6 months. And one of the things I keep waiting to see, that I keep waiting to find, are mainstream art galleries selling these pieces. Now, on our show, these pieces have been selling like crazy. Every time we have them on, our phones just literally ring off the hook. But the galleries, we know, by the way, this is something else. We know who the galleries are when they call, because this has been going on for 7 years, where gallery owners around the United States call us, they bid on the price, and they mark them up, dramatically times 3, times 400%. We know that's actually happening, but no one is actually selling them yet. I think they're waiting to kind of see where the dust settles. The only piece I was able to find, and by the way, for those of you who follow me on Instagram, if you find one, please send me the link, because I've been looking everywhere for the last 6 months. I've only been able to find one. Let's go ahead and show my screen. This guy. And I'm talking about diamond dust pieces specifically. This is the only one I could find. And that piece is for sale out of Boynton Beach, Florida for $8,500. And that's it. That's the only one I can find. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. If you can find one, by all means let me know, because I would most definitely like to see it. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, this represents Kef's, I guess you could call it his newest foray into the fine art world. And it is extremely unusual. I don't know anybody else there that even comes close to what Kef is doing. An absolutely stunning diamond dust work. And Leif's just giving us a quick measurement just so you can kind of see. And back to you, Leif.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back here live in our studios in Atlanta, Georgia, and I'm going to go stand next to the work. I was just taking the measurements. It's 41 by 30. This is a large piece. It's a phenomenal work. Besides that diamond dust, that we were trying to show you that a bit, but it doesn't do justice through the camera here. Ladies and gentlemen, when you're standing right in front of it, it really does pop, for lack of a better word. What I find really fascinating as well is that this one is done with resin. There's a resin coating. So it looks like there is glass in front of it, when in fact it is done on canvas. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the whole essence of the diamond dust is not new. Warhol, of course, had a big part in that, which I'll talk about very shortly. But let's first take a look at that certificate of authenticity. The title of the work is Stillness Holds the Light, #1. It's an original mixed media work with diamond dust under resin on canvas. It's hand-signed by the artist on the verso, on the back, and it's from a series of unique variants. It's executed by KEF in 2025, extremely rare. So this diamond dust, folks, it's actually literal industrial diamond particles. This is not a metaphor, by the way, and it's applied to the painted canvas surface before the resin pour has a distinguished art historical precedent in Warhol's Diamond Dust Shoes series from the early 1980s. In Warhol's work, the diamond dust created a literally glittering surface that cemented and commented on all the aspects of glamour, of desire, and the fetishes of luxury. But in KEF's work, embedded under resin rather than applied over the surface, the diamond particles create something, I would say, far more architecturally complex. So you're getting, ladies and gentlemen, a plane of diffracted light inside the work's physical structure, beneath the protective resin layer. So what does that do? Well, it interacts with both the light above and the painted surface below to create a luminous depth that shifts through every change in ambient light. So let's say that you have this work of art next to a window. As there is a metamorphosis of ambient light throughout the day, giving the changing direction of the sun and the movement of the sun, there will be reverberations and a direct effect of the way in which the diamond particles play with the sensibilities of light. Added to that is the actual kinetic movement that is established from the viewing perspective. So in other words, if I'm just walking by this and I look at it, while looking at it, there will be that magnificent metamorphosis of the changing qualities of the diamond particles. So this is much more than just a work of art, ladies and gentlemen. This is it's like jewelry on walls, if I could put it so bluntly. But ladies and gentlemen, anyway, we're at a bit of 12, looking at 13, and let's go ahead and bring it back to Mitch. Mitch, back to you.
So as Leif was saying, ladies and gentlemen, the concept of diamond dust in art isn't terribly new, but I think what KEF has done has brought it to a whole nother level, especially with the types of colorizations that he does. Now, as I mentioned, I want to reiterate, I've only been able to find one piece in 6 months, selling for $8,500. There was one listed about 2 months ago that was really, I got to admit, it was over the top. They were asking $28,000 for it. Now I have that listing has since disappeared, so I don't know if it's sold or maybe they changed their mind. I'm not sure. But currently, I can only find one listing out there for a KEF diamond dust piece. But I want to show you something. Let's go ahead and take a look at my screen. This is just as a comparable. This is a major art brokerage that many of you are familiar with. And if I just specifically look in diamond dust art, the different artists who have experimented with this, Hunt Sloman at $68,000, $48,000. And these are all different artists, by the way. David Drebin, $15,000. Russell Young, $42,000. Russell Young, $35,000. And then as we go down here to the bottom, this one by the legendary Damien Hirst. So talk about being in good company. Damien Hirst was one of the absolute major art stars of the art world. His originals are in the millions of dollars. This one from 2010 for $115,000. That is the potential direction we're going here. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. Now, if we look at what KEF has done, and I promised I would do this with you, let's go back here for a moment. One of the things I always recommend for everyone out there who's interested in KEF's career is to just simply follow him on Instagram. Because the reason, like I said, I love Instagram is that it shows things chronologically. you get to see what an artist is doing at different points of time in their life. Let's go ahead and show my screen. I'm going to start here. So this particular piece sold on our show. It was first shown on the BBC, and I think that's the one that sold for $71,000 on our show, but it was first part of his interview on the BBC. This is Kef in the headquarters of PayPal. Now, PayPal is a multi-billion-dollar company. They could afford any darn artist they want. And who did they get? Kef. Pretty incredible. That video all by itself. And as we go up and look, we see his different museum shows, the books that are being written about him, all of his new projects, which seem to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. The different magazines that he's been on the cover of, including, I think it's Venue magazine, which is basically like a magazine for people who are buying yachts, things of this nature. He does still involve himself in large-scale street artwork. The difference is now he's getting paid to do it, and he no longer has to hide. Because in the beginning part of his career, he talked about his friends acting as a lookout. This is what I was talking about. This is Venue magazine. And this is, again, the kind of magazine where people buy yachts and Bugattis and that kind of thing. And so they've done 2 different articles on him in the last 2 years. Absolutely, I mean, incredible. This is Berlin's #1 museum, the most important museum in Germany. And this is not a temporary collection. Kef's work is now part of the permanent collection in this museum. As I said, these things illustrate themselves. This has nothing to do with us. And it really shows very, very clearly how well he keeps continuing to do and grow. I thought this was kind of neat. I think this might be a resin piece. I'm not 100% sure. But this particular piece wound up in a multi-million-dollar home. And I know Kef treated the canvas in such a way that it could withstand the weather and the elements. So I'm guessing this one was also covered in resin. But these are the type of people who are collecting Kef's work. Leif, back to you.
I always love looking at this. And you know, what astounds me about this work in particular, besides the fact that it's rare to have the diamond dust and the resin on top of it, it has a Mondrian-esque kind of feel to it. I'm talking about Piet Mondrian. And I think that with those colors of the reds, the yellows, the greens, the blues, I have not seen a Kef done in this way before. I find this to be extremely compelling and aesthetically very powerful as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming near to the end of this work. We have one final minute. We got a bid of 14. 14 right now, but give 15 at 1,400. At 14 right now, would give 15. And keep in mind, this is what you are bidding on, my friends, is an original mixed media work. It is not numbered. Each one is a unique variation. The human hand is not perfect, but that's the beauty of it. It creates what we call unique variations. So ladies and gentlemen, you are looking at something that is spectacular in terms of its aesthetic, spectacular in the way in which he creates it using the diamond dust and the resin. Given the fact that it's on canvas, it's just remarkable. When you walk by it, you won't believe it that it is not on canvas because it has that illusion. I want to see if I'm able to show that to you, in fact, ladies and gentlemen. It's easy to speak. It's another thing to show you. So what I want to attempt to do is show you the reflection. You see that reflection? It's like there's glass in front of it. That's resin. That's a resin reflection. So not only does it protect it as well, but it gives it that look and feel of that added layer of protection from glass. But it's not glass, it's the resin that gives you that beautiful effect. So folks, we're at 14. We're about to close it. 14, look at 15. 14 on the Kef right now. And looking at 15 for the counter bid. Ladies and gentlemen, last call. Last call. Don't miss out. 1,400 only on this unique variation Kef. My goodness, what a price. At 14, I'm going to give 15. 14 right now, I'm going to give 15. 1,400 is the bid. And looking at 15 right now for the counter bid. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to sell it. This is the last call. Get your final bids in at this time. That is going once. That is going twice. Third and final. Congratulations, that is sold. Well done indeed. And we are moving on. Folks, we're going to move over to our penultimate work of the evening. We've had so many talented artists tonight, Mitch. It's just wonderful to go through this entire voyage not only of art history, but of styles and motifs and different substrates as well. It's just, I mean, I think folks watching, besides being able to acquire these works of art at formidable prices, they're also getting an art education, I would say. And it's with great joy that myself and Mitch are able to do this, because this is, after all, it is our livelihood and it is our passion. So ladies and gentlemen, speaking about our passion, there's few artists, I would say, especially in the younger generation, that really inspire me the way that this young man does. Because he has a resolutely, I would say, just a level of discipline that is remarkable. The way that he uses just a pencil or pen and paper and creates these fantastical worlds in which he transports us to the steampunk era in a way that I've never seen before. It is Pedro Ortiz Munoz, and let's bring it over to Mitch, who will tell you a lot more about it. Mitch?
Now, ladies and gentlemen, this particular piece, first thing that I want to talk about is it is an artist-proof edition of only 15. So keep that in mind. There's only 15 of these in the world. Pedro Ortiz represents a very, very interesting story for us, for the Fine Art Auction. One of the things that we are very eager to do, something that we keep our eye on for the last 15 years, is we're always looking for breakout artists. Now, as I mentioned a little earlier, art is almost always 100% regional, right? No one ever just takes over the world by storm in kind of a single year. Usually they start off in a particular area, and quite typically their own country. For Pedro Ortiz, it's Colombia. Now, we kept hearing about this kid because several of the people who work for us are familiar with some other friends that are from Colombia. And of course, the one thing for sure in our line of work is everyone has a favorite artist, right? But people will often come up to all of us and say, oh my gosh, have you heard about so-and-so from here and so from there? But we kept hearing about this young man in Colombia he's on the news, everybody's talking about him, and his name was Pedro Ortiz. So eventually we sent somebody down there to take a look. Pedro's one of those artists where the proof is in the pudding, right? You don't have to be an art expert. You take one look at it, and especially, I mean particularly, when you watch him work. He reminds me a lot of Mad Charcoal, where there's just this incredible innate talent that is so powerful that anybody can really see what's going on. Now, when we first started showing Pedro Ortiz on our show, I guess this has been almost a year now. It's been about a year. One of course, what I meant to do, part of my job, is I do some research. I start studying. And when I saw him, the first thing I thought to myself, especially at watching him work, he's the closest thing to Salvador Dali as a living artist that I've been able to find. Now, I know that's a big statement. I know that's a very big statement. Why would I say such a thing? When people think of Salvador Dali, we think of the great surrealist, but there's something that definitely I think about. Did you know he's one of the only artists to come out of that era, and I'm talking be absolutely huge, who never used models? Everything he did came from his imagination, all of it. Where most artists, like if you look at Monet or Van Gogh or any of those artists from the Impressionist or Post-Impressionist period, they all painted what they saw. Whether it was a field of lilies or whether it was a beautiful girl or whatever it was, they painted what they looked at, and Dali did not. Secondly, what made Dali such an incredible artist is that he was a master technically, so his ability with his hand. Now let me show you what caught my attention. Do you know what is the single most difficult part of the human body to draw or paint? Let's go and show my screen. It's the human hand. Most artists will shy away from it. It's really complex. To get the perfect hand is, every artist will tell you, most difficult thing you can do. Much, much more difficult than the human face. So one is right here. Two, guess what else is extremely difficult? Motion. Marcel Duchamp created a piece called Nude Descending a Staircase, I believe in the 1930s, and that was one of the first times an artist tried to capture motion in painting. And here, Pedro Ortiz does it beautifully. And three, pointillism. Creating a positive from negative space. Unbelievably difficult. So when I saw this particular piece just in his Instagram account, it really blew me away. And then I looked at this. The way he presented this nude. The way Georges Seurat would have done. And I realized this kid is really something. Let's go ahead and go back to the work. Now they talk about it being steampunk, but I think there's even more there. Let's see if I can find one of his examples. Let's see, there's one. One of the things that really gets me, let's start right here. I'll see if I can find some other, but let's go ahead and show my screen. This is Pedro at work. Now when I watch him work, I am always just like, again, how do you do that? I don't have that talent, so for me I guess I feel the same. I've been playing the piano since I was a kid, and people will often come up to me with the same sentiment. You know, how did you learn to do that? But when I look at this, I see something that's just impossible. I don't know how anybody can create that type of detail entirely from his imagination. Nothing to go by, just coming out of his mind. And then we have, again, that Dali technical perfection, where the use of his hand is so extraordinary. And this is just, there's multiple hidden in here, and I wish I could find them. Give me 1 second. Let's go back to the piece for just a moment so I don't make you dizzy. Oh, hold on, there it is. I found it. Sorry guys, let's go and show my screen one more time. This is just one of the news programs talking about Pedro Ortiz. And there's about 15 of them in here where he's in the news. Now let's go back to the work. What Pedro Ortiz has done, and definitely kind of created his own little niche market, they call it steampunk, but I think it's something else. I think it's this kind of fantasy world that he creates. It's this, and they're always flying, right? So they're always based in space. You kind of have this background. And it's these wonderful fantasy type worlds. But what he also does, not always, but 90% of the time, is he gives us perspective by showing us whose home this is. Let's go and get a close-up one more time. You guys know what I'm looking for. And he doesn't always show this little guy, but there he is on the right. That's the wizard. So in almost all of his works, we have this one little character. And to me, it really brings the piece to life because it gives us this sense of, it's not just this empty space flying through the air. It's this character's home. This is where he lives. And then we start wondering, I wonder where the kitchen is. I wonder which one is the living room or his bedroom. And this is his life. Really, really very unique. Now let's go back to the one last thing that I always like to point out. Let's show the full piece. Now if you could show me one of the corners, this is something kind of neat that it's neither here nor there, but it's something I really enjoy. I love images, and it takes extra work and a lot of extra money. If we show any one of the corners, you're going to see something kind of neat. The piece itself has been torn, and it's called deckled edging. In most cases, when you have art on paper, it's clamped down by a fillet, so it's held still in one place. In this particular case, rather than being cut with a fine razor, it's angled at a 90-degree angle over a sharp edge, and then it is simply torn. And it gives us this look. It's called deckled edging. Whenever you have this deckled edging, there's no point in clamping it down. You use a process called float framing, where they float the piece directly on top of the linen or canvas. I have several pieces in my collection. I just think it looks really wonderful. It's just one of my favorites. Let's go back to the full view. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, this is an artist-proof edition of only 15 of these in the world. Leif, back to you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me go ahead and stand next to the work of art. I want to give you an idea of its size and its scale. I love this size. I think this is really a perfect size. Let's take a look at that certificate for the Pedro Ortiz Munoz. Ladies and gentlemen, The Schindler House is the title of this work. It is an original screen print in black ink on wolf paper. And it is hand signed by the artist in the lower right, and it's numbered on the verso. Now, folks, this is where it gets really interesting because what you are bidding on is an artist proof. not only is it an artist proof you're bidding on, you're bidding on the number one. So ladies and gentlemen, what a formidable opportunity, and it is from the portfolio of the artist. And I think basically to the decision that Pedro had to render the Schindler House as a monochromatic black screen print, you get that medium that supports a full chromatic range. And this is a statement of, I would call it, artistic conviction, not a limitation, because color in architectural printmaking can flatten or decorate, but black demands honesty. And every formal decision here is exposed, especially, when you look at every spatial relationship, it's starkly articulated without that softening effect of the chromatic warmth. So in choosing to work monochromatically, what Pedro Ortiz does is that he commits his compositional discipline entirely, and I mean entirely, folks, to the structural logic of Schindler's architecture. So I would say that the work's formal strength and the building's formal strength as well, there's almost like a coexistence between that. And the more that you delve into his works of art, besides the fantastical landscapes that we see, there is a aspect of his art that reminds me very much, Mitch. If there were ever to be a stepchild between Salvador Dali and Escher, the famous Dutch optical illusionist, I think it would kind of look like this. I mean, it really is spectacular. And the attention to detail and the steampunk motif. What does steampunk mean, essentially? Well, it basically looks at the Victorian age when the primary form of combustion, the primary source was steam. And the steampunk gives you kind of that idea that steam in today's world is the only existing form of combustion, but taken from that Victorian age. And this has been used in media, has been used in literature. For example, 2001 Leagues Under the Sea, for example, has that whole steampunk motif associated with it as well. Ladies and gentlemen, you're at a bit of three. Three right now, but again, I'm 350. At three right now, but again, 350. Let's go ahead and bring it back to Mitch. Mitch, back to you.
Back to Mitch. Mitch, back to you.
So I thought I'd share just a couple of things with you. Let's go ahead and show my screen. This is one of his paintings for sale, and it's a big one. It's it's a 35 by 46. That's a pretty darn big piece, and that is an original, just shy of 24, or actually, I guess that is 24,000, isn't it? $24,000. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. His small ones. Now, this is the reason I'm showing you this is, remember, a year ago there were no listings like this. I mean, absolutely none. He wasn't being shown in the United States at all. He was absolutely 100% purely just in Colombia. Now, this is a little one. Let's go ahead and show my screen one more time. This one's only a 10 by 12, and this one is currently for sale for $5,000, and that is an original Pedro Ortiz. So that is definitely something to think about. Now, the only other thing that I would tell you, let's go ahead and go back to the work. This particular piece is so much more difficult to create than people realize. I can't even possibly tell you. Remember, starts off, a screen print is essentially a stencil. So I want you to try to imagine, and I know it's hard to do. I wish I could show you a picture of it. I'd love to. In fact, if Pedro, if you're ever watching, when you get these screens done, your stencils, please take a picture. I'd love to show everybody because, as I said, I don't think people realize how difficult this is. Everywhere you see black, or let me go the other direction. Everywhere you see white, that would be a hard piece of very, very thin but really hard, almost like a cardboard paper. And sometimes they use a very thin piece of plastic. Everywhere you see black is where the artist took a razor blade, some sort of a cutting implement, and he cut an opening in that screen. That's what a stencil is. So when you take a look at the detail of this particular piece, imagine just doing that. Now, the other thing to definitely talk about, it looks like, in fact, Leif, I just want to confirm, I'm pretty sure you said this, we're bidding on the #1 artist proof. Is that correct? Leif, I'm not sure if you can hear me. Okay, good. Okay, I wanted to make sure because that's not something I take lightly, all right? That's not a place I want to open my mouth and make and have an accident. I want to be, I believe I heard him say that. The #1 artist proof is the single most valuable piece of any edition. And I mean any edition. There isn't anything more valuable than the #1 artist proof. It is the rarest thing there is on the open art market for any artist. It is the one thing that you will have a really hard time finding. Leif, back to you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got a bit of 500, looking at 550 right now for the bid. We got one final minute. This is the last and fair final warning. Ladies and gentlemen, go ahead and get in your bids. Get your final bids in at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the price of the frame at 500 and Woodigi and Bidabon at 550. Looking at 550 right now for the bid. 500, Woodigi 550. 500 on the Pedro Ortiz Munoz. And you know what I love, Mitch? He's just starting to hit the international gallery circuit. And I think that's one of the aspects of, or should I say reasons, why we are seeing such a dramatic demand for his works of art, just because his art has become more ubiquitous given the critical exposure that he's been able to achieve. Got a bit of 600 right now, but again 650. At 600 right now, but again 650, bid upon 650 right now for the bid. At a bit of 6. At 600 right now, but again 650, got 650, what again 7. At a bit of 650, what again 7, bid upon 7, look at 7 right now for the bid at 650. 650 right now, bid upon at 7. At 650 right now, but again 7 and got a bit of 7. At 7 right now, what again 750. At 700 right now, but again 750. Look at it, 750 right now for the bid. 700. Ladies and gentlemen, we're out of time. That is going once. That is going twice, and a third and final. Oh, wait. Mitch is waving. All right, Mitch, you got something to say. Go for it.
For 3 seconds, just 3 seconds, we're at 700 for the #1 artist proof. Can you show my screen? This is a regular screen print, unframed. $2,500, edition 93 of 95 for $2,500. You're bidding on the #1 of a screen print for a heck of a lot less than that. Back to you, Leif. I just wanted everybody to see that.
Thank you. That's a great find. Thank you very much. At 700, ladies and gentlemen, that is going once. That is going twice. Third and final. So congratulations. Well done. Well played, folks. We are coming to that moment where we are on our last work of the evening. Sometimes we do save the best for last, and boy, is this phenomenal. Wait till you see what we have for you. It is Salvador Dali. I'm going to drop the hint, but I don't think you've ever seen a Dali like this. This is remarkable. Mitch, over to you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, what Leif just said is absolutely true, because there's all kinds of little whistles and bells with this particular piece. The most important thing to note, hands down, is that it's signed. This is not one of the unsigned, because Dali did that. He actually did unsigned and signed editions. If you look at the Divine Comedy, it came in 2 different suites, one that was signed, one that was unsigned. The most valuable pieces by Dali, easily, are the ones that are signed. So when we look at the bottom, that is his actual autograph, not a stamp signature. That is his actual autograph. Now, this also represents something that Dali was very, very famous for. And I don't think, I mean, in the art world, in my world, he gets a lot of credit, that's for sure. But in the, I guess amongst the regular collectors who don't really know, that this was something that he did that was really quite incredible. And that was that he finally bridged the gap between black and white etchings and color. Now, by the way, that's the signature right there. That's the real thing. So this is an edition of 145. Now, when I describe how this piece was created, it's kind of an interesting thing all by itself. First of all, imagine a child's coloring book. That's how it started. It was completely black and white. Now, how Dali makes etchings, it's a dry point etching. In fact, you know what? Let me show you. I've got a cool picture. It's easier to show you than try to describe it. An etching is a form of artwork where a copper plate is involved, but there is a slight difference between etching and engraving, and I will tell you exactly what that is. Let's go ahead and show my screen. This is Pablo Picasso creating an etching, right there. Now, it's a copper plate covered with a very, very thin layer of acid-resistant resin. That's the black part. The artist takes a tool called a burin, which looks just like a pen or a pencil, only it is tipped with an extremely sharp piece of steel. Sometimes it's even tipped with a diamond. The idea is it's meant to be just ridiculously sharp. And as the artist draws, he's not gouging into the copper like an engraving, because that is the difference. With an engraving, the artist literally has to shove that burin directly into the copper. With an etching, they don't have to. They're just gently drawing. They can be very subtle and delicate, and they're removing the resin to expose the bare copper underneath. When the artist is done, they take the entire plate and put it into a bath of acid. The acid then eats away the copper everywhere it's been exposed, but the black part protects the part that has not been exposed. And it essentially does create an engraving that can be inked, squeegeed, put into a press, and then of course pressed with a great deal of force to the paper, and that's how you get an etching. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. Now again, I think I answered this question, but people often ask, well, why not just make an engraving? With an engraving, it requires force, muscle. With an etching, the acid does all the hard work. Now for years and years and years, in fact centuries, going all the way back to the late 1500s into the early 1600s, etchings were always black and white. There was no other way. There was no other choice. Every now and then you saw some, we've had them on our show, some really expensive etchings from the 16 and 1700s, like with Rubens, where some artist took the time to hand color one. And those were usually for kings and queens, things of this nature. Now, a moment or two ago, we were talking about stenciling. Salvador Dali came up with a way of using stencil coloring to add to an etching, but oftentimes it was done by hand, which I believe is what this piece is. The reason I believe this was done by hand and not an etching, or forgive me, not a stencil, is see all the shade variations within each of the colors, where it looks like the color was laid on loosely, like with a watercolor brush? I'm almost certain that, and by the way, aquatint in French, I'm pretty sure that's French. Aquatint is simply French for watercolor. So this is also hand fit. Oh, wait a sec, hold on. I was just about to talk about that. Go back to where you were just a second ago, guys. That same view. Right there, do you see the coolest part about this piece? It's the gold. It's all these little gold flecks. Now, it's not just here on the king. It's in other parts as well. But you see all that gold? That's all 24 karat gold that has been layered directly onto the piece. If you can scan to the left, you'll see this female character. And let's see. There. Oh, it's everywhere. Look. It's everywhere. Oh, it's not just in the heads of the characters. It's all over the piece. Yeah, I don't know if we can focus any better, but let's pull back just a little bit and then look all over the piece. The whole piece has been completely hand embellished with gold. So my point being is there's 3 different elements to make this piece. 3. One was the etching itself, that's the copper plate that I showed you. 2 was the color that was laid on after the fact. And then 3, well, look at all that gold. That is a lot of gold. And then 3, all of the gold layered on there as well. So, absolutely incredible. Now, just to give you an eye, to put this into perspective, let's go ahead and show my screen. Salvador Dali's auction record for a single print was this guy. That one sold, and it's a woodcut in colors, and it looks like it's not, there, I was wondering if it was going to populate for me. That one sold for $442,000 in 1989. Now that's his record. That's a lot. But here is another one. That piece sold for $93,000, and that is a dry point that's hand colored. So the same exact technique was used for this piece, because yours is a dry point with hand coloring. This one is a dry point with hand colored right there. Same exact technique. The difference is the one you're bidding on is an edition of 145. This one is an edition of 300. So twice as many of these pieces were created. Let's go ahead and go back to the work. Now there's one thing I definitely want to talk about in a moment or two. In a moment or two, I'm going to hand things back to Leif, and he's going to go through your certificate of authenticity. During that process, when he's talking about the certificate of authenticity, he's going to say the word field. Field 73-2. When I come back, I'm going to talk about that at length. Oh, by the way, that's important. That is also has to do with the authenticity. That's the watermark. That is the Salvador Dali watermark that has to do with this particular work from 1973. So that and the signature also go towards authenticity. But we're gonna go one step further than that in just a moment or two when we talk about Albert Fields. Leif, back to you.
All right, thank you very much indeed, Mitch. This is a large piece, and you know what I love about it is that you have a double matte, you have a double fillet, truly museum quality in terms of its display and its aesthetic. Let's take a look at that certificate of authenticity. Ladies and gentlemen, Salvador Dali. The King is Told of Hamlet. This is in the ML and also in the Albert Field catalog. Albert Field, very, very important name. I know Mitch will talk about that. Original dry point etching with aquatint. Hand finished with gold on Ach Wolf paper. Signed and numbered by the artist in the lower margin. And ladies and gentlemen, this was published by the world famous and undisputed Les Heures Claires in 1973. What does that mean, ladies and gentlemen? Well, first of all, that means that there is a lifetime Dali. It also means that this work, by being extremely rare, why is it extremely rare? Well, let's just talk about a second the practice of hand finishing individual impressions. And Mitch spoke a little bit about this, with the gold. Think about the gold. The gold transforms what would otherwise be a numbered edition impression into a genuinely unique object. Because the gold application, whether it's as gilded highlights or maybe as washes of metallic paint, or even applied as gold leaf, this is applied by hand, folks, by hand, meaning that there are no two impressions within the gold finish allocations are identical. And the distribution, the density, and I have to say that the precise application of gold, it varies from impression to impression as a matter of physical necessity. So you're looking at something that is truly unique from that perspective. And I got to tell you, Mitch, to my knowledge, I have never auctioned off a Dali with the hand-applied gold aspects to it. So this makes it truly an artistic anomaly within his body of work. It's a magnificent work. It is worth much more than $2,700, but that's what we're at right now, at $2,700, and let's bring it back to you, Mitch.
Well, the gold accents is something he very rarely did. That was not something he did very often at all, because again, that was adding a full third element to the process of creating this particular piece. Now, I promised I would say this because this is important, especially for Dali collectors. If you've been around a while, you've heard everything. And it is true. Towards the end of Dali's life, sadly, he suffered from a neuro condition that certainly left his faculties less than sharp. And several people took advantage of that. And multiple Dali prints made it onto the market, which weren't necessarily fake, but they were unauthorized. So they weren't a forgery, but they, in essence, were unauthorized pieces. A man by the name of Albert Fields, who was one of Dali's very, very good friends. Let's go ahead and show my screen. And that's why this article says a man of many hats. He wrote a really important book, and then it's an expensive book. It's about $1,000. The reason the book is so important is it's used by authenticators and appraisers all over the world. Why? Because in it, Albert Fields identifies all of the unauthorized pieces, and he identifies all of the authorized pieces. So any appraiser, any authenticator can take a look at any piece, by any graphic by Salvador Dali and go, yeah, this is the real thing. This is how much it's worth. So the fact that this has a Fields reference is incredibly important. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. Now, one of the things that I would share with you very quickly is just kind of the write-up about this particular work. Dali's The King is Told of Hamlet's story is a surrealist etching created by the artist in the early 1970s. It is part of a highly coveted 10-piece limited edition portfolio suite commissioned by French publisher Les Heures Claires to interpret William Shakespeare's masterpiece. Dali was deeply enamored with Shakespearean tragedy, famously declaring, "Shakespeare is the literary equivalent of my dreams." In this specific print, he captures the pivotal moment from the play where the tragic events the ghost's revelations, and Hamlet's shifting behaviors are related to King Claudius. Dali uses a complex, and it is complex, a complex combination of etching, dry point, and aquatint, manually scratching copper plates to achieve the dramatic, dreamlike textures. It is part of a 10 artwork suite that includes other iconic scenes like Hamlet contemplates Yorick's skulls and Ophelia's death. Currently availability, because of the rarity of Dali's original Shakespearean illustrations, these limited edition prints are highly sought after by fine art collectors. Now, the last thing I will tell you about this particular piece is the dry point part. Now, this is a little bit tougher, but it's interesting to note. I showed you how the etching works, right? The copper plate. Now remember, when you create a piece like that and you put ink on the copper plate, the ink should be uniform. That's the signature, by the way. That's Dali's actual autograph in graphite. That's important. So I'm glad the guys are showing that. Let's go back to the full view. Notice how there are certain parts of the black that are darker than other parts, like the necklace that the king is wearing, parts of the headdress of the woman, the background where the mountains are. See how that ink is a darker black than every place else? What the artist does is after the etching plate is done, they do take that needle and they gouge directly into the plate to get deeper in that one section so it holds more ink. That's what dry point means. That's exactly what dry point means, just so you have a little bit of an idea. Now for those of you, just very quickly, let's go and show my screen. Salvador Dali was an incredible individual. He was one of the great geniuses of art. He found out at a very early age that his eccentric behavior was a bonus. It actually added to his mystique. And so that's why every one of the photos that Dali ever took, he looks like a raving lunatic. And that was completely by design. That was something that, one of my favorite quotes, there's one here, but one of my favorite quote is, it's good to be considered an artistic genius, but it's better to be considered an artistic mad genius. Everybody wants to buy the work of the mad genius. As a result, he had publicity stunts that he did all the time, like walking his pet anteater through Paris, jumping into the Grand Canal and creating a painting on a float. Nuts. There's one of my favorite photos. That one took all day to set up. Now that's him working a lithographic stone. Again, your piece was made with a copper plate, but it's just illustrating Dali was a magnificent printmaker. And there, the last photograph before he passed away. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure being with you here tonight. I'm sure I'll see you again real soon. Good luck on this piece, and back to you, Leif. Good night, y'all. See you again real soon.
Thank you so much, Mitch. Fantastic job. Always a pleasure to work with Mitch. He truly is a wealth of knowledge, and Mitch, I appreciate you. Thank you so much, as I'm sure a lot of our audience does as well. So ladies and gentlemen, we've got 1 minute left in the show. You are bidding on one of the most spectacular Dalis I have seen. I just got to tell you that. And on top of it, with the hand-finished gold, it makes it absolutely a standout Salvador Dali. Plus, you've got that signature, and look at the condition. It is an absolutely impeccable condition. So hand-signed Dali, original dry point etching, which is, by the way, when you're looking at the dry point and the etching, you know, with the dry point, it is said you can make only a maximum of 20 impressions before the burr, which is the residue copper that is used to get that velvety texture of a dry point, becomes incapacitated in its transmission of any kind of ink. So this makes this a very rare work. But ladies and gentlemen, we will be bidding this off air. I want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight. Congratulations, by the way, to all of our successful bidders, and thank you to everybody who called in. Folks, myself and Mitch, we will be back tomorrow night. We hope to see you then. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Bye for now.